Good evening, and welcome. Tonight, you are invited to set aside the busy world. If only for a little while. There is nowhere you need to be. No message waiting for your reply. No meeting to prepare for. No clock asking anything of you. For the next few hours, the only thing that matters is comfort. So, take a slow, gentle breath in and let it go. Once more, a little slower this time. Allow your shoulders to become heavy. Let your hands rest comfortably. Feel the weight of your body supported beneath you. There is nothing to achieve tonight, nothing to solve, nothing to finish. History has already taken care of all of that. Our journey begins not with an emperor, nor with a battle, nor with a famous speech remembered across the centuries. Instead, it begins with something much quieter. A single ordinary morning. A day so ordinary that no historian thought to write it down. No marble monument was raised to remember it. No poet sang about it. No coins were struck to celebrate it. And yet, it was a day that thousands of people truly lived. A baker woke before sunrise. A child rubbed the sleep from tired eyes. Someone swept dust from a stone doorway. Someone filled a clay jug with cool water. Someone quietly opened wooden shutters to welcome another peaceful Roman morning. Tonight, those forgotten people will become the heart of our story. As you continue breathing slowly, imagine the world around you becoming softer. The bright lights of today begin to fade. The gentle hum of modern life drifts farther away. Cars disappear. Phones fall silent. Electric lights slowly dim until only darkness remains. Far away, a tiny point of warm golden light appears. Flickers softly, not from a light bulb, but from an oil lamp. Another appears, then another. Hundreds of small flames, glowing gently against the darkness. You are no longer looking at the modern world. You are looking across the rooftops of ancient Rome. Nearly 2,000 years ago, the year is approximately 120 after the birth of Christ. The mighty Roman Empire stretches across 3 continents. Its roads connect distant lands. Its ships cross calm seas. Its markets welcome traders from places many people will never see. But tonight, none of those great achievements concern us, because history is not only the story of emperors, it is also the story of ordinary mornings, the story of fresh bread cooling on wooden shelves, of sandals resting beside simple beds, of families sharing quiet meals, of gardens watered before the summer heat arrives. These small moments often disappear from history books, yet they are the moments that made up nearly every human life. Perhaps Even our own lives are built the same way, not from extraordinary days, but from thousands of quiet, ordinary ones. Now imagine yourself standing outside the city walls. Just before dawn, the air feels cool against your skin. Not cold, only fresh. Above you, the stars still shine, but their light is beginning to fade. Along the eastern horizon, a faint ribbon of silver quietly appears. Night is slowly giving way to morning. The countryside surrounding Rome is peaceful. Low hills roll gently into the distance. Olive groves stand silently beneath the fading stars. Tall cypress trees reach toward the sky, their dark shapes barely visible in the growing light. Somewhere nearby, a sheep softly calls. Another answers. The sound is gentle, almost comforting. A cool breeze carries the scent of damp earth. Wild herbs grow beside the dusty road. Rosemary, thyme, lavender. As the wind passes through them, their fragrance fills the quiet air. The road beneath your feet is ancient. Large flat stones fit carefully together. Many generations have walked here. Farmers carrying baskets, merchants leading donkeys, children laughing on warm afternoons, travelers returning home after long journeys. Tonight, only you walk this road, slowly, without hurry. The city of Rome waits peacefully. Its rooftops are still wrapped in darkness. Only a handful of oil lamps remain visible through narrow windows. Somewhere inside those homes, people continue sleeping beneath thick wool blankets. A baby dreams peacefully beside its mother. An elderly craftsman rests after another day of careful work. A young apprentice wonders what tomorrow might bring. They know nothing about the centuries ahead, nothing about history books, nothing about museums. They are simply living today, and perhaps that makes their world feel even more peaceful. A rooster calls in the distance. Its voice echoes gently across the fields. Another answers from somewhere beyond the city walls. Soon, many more will follow. Morning is arriving, very slowly, exactly as it has for countless generations. No alarms, no ringing phones, only sunlight, patiently returning to the world. As the first pale light reaches the horizon, the great city begins to reveal itself. Stone walls, clay rooftops, temple columns standing quietly against the brightening sky. Thin trails of smoke begin rising from a few chimneys. Somewhere, a baker has already lit the oven. Elsewhere, a servant quietly sweeps yesterday's dust from a courtyard. The city is waking, not suddenly, but gently, one small sound at a time, one open window at a time. one glowing fire at a time. And as we begin our slow walk toward its gates, remember, there is no destination waiting for us, no race to finish, no mystery to solve. Our purpose is wonderfully simple: to witness one completely ordinary day in one of history's most extraordinary cities. But sometimes, the quietest stories become the most comforting ones. So continue breathing slowly. Allow every word to become softer, every step a little lighter, and together, let us enter ancient Rome, just as the sun prepares to rise. As the first light continues to spread across the countryside, the world around you begins to reveal itself, not all at once, but little by little, as though the morning itself wishes to wake gently, without disturbing anyone. The eastern sky is no longer black, instead, it has become a soft blend of pale blue, gentle lavender, and warm shades of rose. High above, a few bright stars still remain. They seem reluctant to leave, holding on for just a few quiet moments more, before disappearing into the growing light. The moon, now low in the western sky, has become faint, its silver glow slowly fading. As another ordinary Roman day begins, you pause for a moment, simply to watch. There is no hurry here. In the modern world, we often measure our mornings by clocks, by calendars, by appointments, by alarms. But here, nearly 2,000 years ago, morning arrives in a different way. It is measured by birdsong, by the changing color of the sky, by the coolness of the air, and by the first gentle warmth of the rising sun. There is something deeply comforting about such a rhythm. The earth itself seems to decide when the day should begin. A small flock of sparrows suddenly lifts from a nearby olive tree. Their wings flutter softly before they disappear across the fields. Moments later, a pair of doves settle upon an old stone wall. They remain perfectly still, watching the quiet world awaken around them. Even the animals seem unhurried. A shepherd walks slowly across a distant hillside. His cloak hangs loosely around his shoulders. He carries nothing more than a simple wooden staff. Behind him, a handful of sheep graze peacefully among patches of wild grass. Their tiny bells create soft, almost musical sounds that drift gently upon the breeze. The sound is neither loud nor demanding. It simply becomes another peaceful note in the quiet symphony of the morning. You continue along the ancient road. The large paving stones beneath your sandals feel cool. Some stones are smooth from centuries of footsteps. Others still carry the tiny marks left by craftsmen. who shaped them many generations before. Perhaps one of those workers, never imagining that people from another age would one day wonder about the road they built. History often remembers emperors, but roads, bridges, and gardens were created by ordinary hands. Hands that grew tired, hands that carried baskets, hands that planted trees, hands that baked bread, and tucked children safely into bed each evening. Those hands built the world we now quietly explore. The scent of wood smoke becomes slightly stronger. Somewhere nearby, someone has added fresh olive wood to a small fire. The smoke rises slowly into the cool air, carrying with it the comforting promise of warmth. Perhaps breakfast is already being prepared. Perhaps water is heating inside a bronze pot. Perhaps dough is quietly rising, waiting for the baker's careful hands. There is a special kind of comfort in knowing that people have greeted the morning with bread for thousands of years, across countless generations, across many different lands. The simple act of preparing food has quietly connected families together. Long before electricity, long before engines, long before cities grew into forests of glass and steel, the morning breeze shifts gently once more. This time, it carries another fragrance. Fresh figs, sweet, and delicate. Nearby, a small orchard stretches across the hillside. Rows of fig trees stand peacefully beneath the brightening sky. Tiny drops of dew cling to each broad green leaf. As sunlight slowly reaches them, the droplets sparkle like countless tiny pieces of glass. A single spider has woven its web between two branches. The web glistens silently, perfectly still, perfectly balanced. Tiny threads catching the first light of day. No one will stop to admire it. No artist will paint it. Yet it exists, quietly beautiful, for anyone willing to notice. Perhaps history is filled with moments like this. Small things, gentle things, beautiful things that happen without applause, without recognition, without anyone recording them, and yet they mattered. They made the world feel peaceful. They made ordinary mornings worth remembering. As you walk farther, the sounds of the city begin growing slightly clearer. Not noisy, simply alive. A wooden cart rolls somewhere beyond the walls. Its wheels creak softly against stone. A donkey lets out a slow, sleepy call. Someone laughs quietly. A door opens. Another closes. Each sound arrives gently, then fades away. Nothing interrupts the calm. Nothing demands your attention. The city is stretching awake. just as a person might slowly open their eyes after a restful night's sleep. The great walls of Rome now stand before you. They are impressive, yet welcoming. Their weathered stones have watched generations come and go. Farmers carrying fresh vegetables, travelers returning from distant provinces, children running barefoot beside their parents, old friends greeting one another after months apart. Every sunrise has brought new footsteps through these gates. Today, yours quietly join them. The guards stationed nearby appear relaxed. Their long night is almost over. They speak softly together. One yawns. Another watches the brightening horizon with thoughtful eyes. Even those responsible for protecting the city seem to appreciate these peaceful moments before the busy hours begin. The first rays of sunlight finally reach the highest rooftops. Golden light spreads slowly across terracotta tiles, then across temple columns, then across quiet courtyards, one roof at a time, one window at a time, one narrow street at a time. The city does not awaken all at once. It blooms gently, like a flower opening beneath the morning sun. And as you take your next slow step, crossing through the ancient gate, leaving the countryside behind, you enter a world filled not with great legends, but with ordinary lives. Lives that history rarely celebrates, yet lives that were every bit as meaningful as those of emperors and generals. For the next few hours, these ordinary people will quietly become our companions, and together we will discover that sometimes the most peaceful stories are simply the stories of everyday life. The great gate now rests quietly behind you, and before you, ancient Rome is still half asleep. The streets are peaceful. The morning has not yet fully arrived. Night is gently letting go, one quiet moment at a time. The air feels different inside the city. It is slightly warmer than the countryside, protected by rows of closely built homes, stone walls, and narrow winding streets. The cool breeze moves softly between the buildings, carrying with it the faint scent of damp stone, fresh water, and the last traces of last night's cooking fires. Above you, the sky continues to brighten. The stars are almost gone now. Only the brightest among them still linger, as though they wish to enjoy these final peaceful moments before sunrise. A single oil lamp flickers behind a wooden shutter. Its golden light escapes through a narrow gap, casting a thin ribbon of warmth onto the quiet street below. Inside, someone is already awake, perhaps an elderly woman who has always risen before everyone else, perhaps a baker preparing dough before dawn, or perhaps a father quietly tying the leather straps of his sandals before beginning another ordinary working day. We cannot know exactly who lives behind every door. History rarely tells us such things, but we do know that cities are built from countless ordinary mornings, just like this one. You begin walking slowly along a narrow stone street. The paving stones beneath your feet still hold the coolness of the night. Tiny drops of moisture have gathered in the cracks between them. When the first sunlight arrives, they will disappear without anyone noticing. A small clay pot sits beside a doorway. Inside it grows rosemary, its silver-green leaves gently moving with the breeze. Beside it, another pot holds fragrant thyme, simple herbs, grown not for beauty alone, but for cooking, for medicine, and for everyday life. Even the smallest home often finds room for something living, for something green, for something that quietly welcomes each new day. Far above, a wooden shutter creaks open, not suddenly, but slowly. A woman leans out for a moment. She looks toward the eastern sky, satisfied that morning is near. She smiles softly to herself, then disappears back inside. No words are spoken. The street remains calm. The smell of fresh bread begins to grow stronger now. It drifts gently through the cool air, almost impossible to ignore. Somewhere nearby, a bakery has already come to life. Long before sunrise, the bakers of Rome begin their work. They must. Bread is one of the first things many people will buy today. Before merchants open their shops, before craftsmen begin carving wood, before children wake, warm loaves will already be waiting. Imagine the baker now, his sleeves rolled above his forearms, his hands dusted with flour. He works by the warm glow of an oil lamp, its flame dancing softly as he kneads the dough. There is no machine, no electric mixer, only patient hands, strong arms, and years of quiet experience. He presses the dough, folds it, turns it gently, and again. The rhythm is slow, steady, almost like breathing. There is something deeply calming about repetitive work. The simple movements, repeated every morning, for many years. The city remains wonderfully quiet. A stray cat slips silently across the street. Its paws make no sound against the stone. It pauses beside the bakery door, perhaps hoping for a crumb of bread later in the morning. Its ears twitch gently as it listens. Then, without hurry, it disappears into a narrow alley. Nearby, a public fountain flows continuously. Clear water pours from a carved stone spout into a wide basin below. The sound is soft, steady, timeless. For the people of Rome, this water is a gift carried from distant hills by remarkable aqueducts. It arrives day after day, without pause, without complaint, without asking to be noticed. A young servant approaches the fountain carrying 2 empty clay jars. He is careful not to wake those still sleeping. The jars are lowered gently into the cool water. Tiny ripples spread across the surface. The sound is barely louder than a whisper. He lifts each jar slowly. The water inside catches the faint morning light, shimmering like liquid silver. Balancing the jars carefully, he continues home. His footsteps are unhurried. There is plenty of time. The day has only just begun. As you continue your quiet walk, you notice that every home seems slightly different. Some are large, some are modest. Some have freshly painted walls. Others show the gentle marks of many years. Yet all of them share something in common. Each one shelters a family. Each one holds stories. Each one has witnessed laughter, quiet conversations, shared meals, and peaceful nights. History remembers grand temples and mighty arenas, but most Romans spent their lives in places like these. Simple homes, simple streets, simple mornings, and perhaps that is where the true heart of the city has always been. The eastern sky glows brighter now. A soft band of golden light appears beyond the rooftops. Soon, the first rays of the sun will reach the highest buildings. The birds seem to sense it. Their songs become a little more frequent, still gentle, still unhurried, as though even they understand that morning should never be rushed. You pause beside a small courtyard. A fig tree grows quietly in its center. Its leaves stir in the cool breeze. Below it, a wooden bench waits in silence. Before the day is over, someone will almost certainly sit there. Perhaps to mend a sandal, perhaps to peel vegetables, perhaps simply to enjoy a few peaceful moments in the shade. But for now, the bench remains empty, waiting patiently, just like the city itself, waiting for another ordinary day to unfold. One quiet moment at a time. You remain beside the quiet courtyard, listening, not because there is very much to hear, but because every small sound has its own gentle place. In the peaceful rhythm of the morning, a tiny bird lands upon the edge of the fountain. It tilts its head, as though carefully studying its own reflection. Then, with 2 delicate hops, it reaches the cool water. Quick sip, another, and with the flutter of soft wings, it disappears into the growing light. The fountain continues flowing, exactly as it did yesterday, exactly as it will tomorrow. Its clear water has become such an ordinary part of Roman life that few people stop to think about the remarkable journey it has made. Far beyond the city, among quiet hills, fresh spring water begins its slow journey. It travels through carefully engineered aqueducts, crossing valleys, passing over graceful arches, and winding through hidden channels, until at last it arrives here, cool, clean, and endlessly reliable. For many Romans, this gentle sound of flowing water is one of the first sounds they hear every morning. Perhaps it has become so familiar that they hardly notice it anymore. Yet it feels almost magical. You continue along another narrow street. The buildings stand close together. Their upper stories stretch slightly over the road below, providing welcome shade during the warm afternoons of summer. The walls are painted in soft earth colors: cream, ochre, warm red, and faded yellow. Time has gently softened each color. Nothing here feels new. Nothing feels hurried. Everything carries the quiet dignity of a city that has grown patiently over many generations. A gentle breeze slips through the alley. Somewhere above, fresh laundry hangs from a simple rope. Plain linen tunics, children's small garments, a woolen shawl, all moving ever so slightly, like white sails on a calm sea. Soon, the warmth of the sun will finish drying them, but for now, they sway peacefully in the cool morning air. You notice another doorway standing slightly open. Inside, a small courtyard catches the faint glow of dawn. In its center, a shallow pool reflects the brightening sky. Nearby, a tiny olive tree grows inside a clay planter. Its leaves shimmer softly whenever the breeze passes through. Simple beauty, nothing extravagant. Nothing designed to impress, only quiet comfort. It is easy to imagine a family gathering here later today, sharing bread, fresh fruit, perhaps a little cheese, children laughing gently, grandparents sitting nearby, enjoying the warmth of the afternoon sun. The ordinary moments of life are often the ones that history forgets. Yet perhaps they are also the moments most worth remembering. A wooden cart rolls slowly across a nearby intersection. Its wheels produce a gentle, rhythmic creak, not unpleasant, simply familiar. The driver guides a patient mule, whose steady footsteps echo softly against the stone pavement. The cart carries woven baskets, still empty. Soon, they will be filled with vegetables, fresh herbs, or warm loaves of bread, ready for the markets. The mule seems in no particular hurry. Its ears twitch lazily. Its breathing remains slow and calm. Even the animals appear to understand that mornings begin best without rushing. As the cart disappears around a corner, a pleasant aroma drifts toward you. Fresh bread, warm flour, a hint of honey, and the faint smoky scent of burning olive wood. The bakery cannot be far now. The fragrance grows stronger with every step. It wraps gently around the quiet street, inviting anyone nearby to follow. The bakery itself is modest. Its stone walls have darkened over many years, marked gently by smoke from countless mornings. The wooden door stands open, not wide, only enough to welcome the cool morning air. Inside, the warmth feels comforting. An orange glow dances across the walls. The great brick oven has been burning since long before dawn. Its gentle heat fills every corner of the room. The baker works quietly. His movements are practiced, unhurried. There is no need for speed. He has repeated these same motions, morning after morning, for many years, perhaps for decades. A large wooden table stands before him. Upon it rests a mound of soft dough. Its surface is smooth, lightly dusted with flour. The baker presses both hands gently into it, then folds it over, turns it, presses again. The movement repeats, like calm waves meeting the shore. Steady, reliable, almost hypnotic. Beside him, a younger apprentice watches carefully. He says very little. Most learning happens through observation. The older baker does not explain every step. Instead, he demonstrates. Patiently, quietly, the apprentice copies each movement. Not perfectly, but well enough. One day, years from now, he too may stand beside this same oven, preparing bread before sunrise, while another young apprentice quietly watches him. Knowledge passes gently from one generation to the next. Not through grand ceremonies, but through ordinary mornings, like this one, near the oven. A basket holds yesterday's bread, still perfectly good. Some loaves will be sliced for breakfast. Others may become soup later in the day. Very little is wasted. Food requires too much effort to produce. Each loaf represents weeks of careful work. Farmers tending wheat fields, millers grinding grain, merchants transporting flour, bakers rising before dawn. Many quiet hands, working together, long before the bread reaches the family table. The first fresh loaf is ready. Using a long wooden paddle, the baker carefully lifts it from the oven. The crust glows deep golden brown. Tiny wisps of steam rise gently into the warm air. The aroma is rich, comforting, familiar. It fills the bakery with quiet satisfaction. For a brief moment, the baker simply smiles, not because he has created something extraordinary, but because he has done an ordinary task very well. And perhaps there is something deeply peaceful about that. The first rays of sunlight finally spill across the rooftops of Rome. Golden light slowly reaches the bakery doorway. Another day has begun, not with celebration, not with fanfare, but with warm bread, soft morning light, and the quiet confidence that life will continue, just as it always has. The first sunlight has only just begun to touch the rooftops of Rome, yet behind many wooden doors, the day is already quietly unfolding. Let us leave the narrow street for a little while and step gently into one ordinary Roman home. There is nothing grand about this house. No marble statues stand in the entrance. No servants hurry from room to room. No wealthy senator lives here. Instead, this is the home of an ordinary family, the kind of family history rarely remembers. Yet thousands just like them helped shape the city, one quiet day at a time. As you step inside, the sounds of the street grow softer. The thick stone walls create a peaceful stillness. The cool morning air lingers indoors, keeping the rooms pleasantly comfortable. The entrance floor is paved with smooth stone. It has been swept carefully, leaving only the faintest traces of yesterday's dust. Near the doorway, a pair of worn leather sandals rests neatly beside the wall. They have carried their owner through countless ordinary mornings, across busy markets, along quiet streets, to the bakery, to the fountain, and home again. Beside them, a simple woven basket waits patiently. Later today, it will be filled with bread, fresh vegetables, perhaps a handful of sweet figs, or fragrant herbs from the market. For now, it remains empty, patiently waiting, just as every morning begins by waiting for the day to unfold. A gentle breeze slips through the open courtyard. At the very center of the home, sunlight has not yet reached the small garden. Everything is wrapped in soft blue morning shadows. A single olive tree grows quietly beside a stone basin. Its leaves shimmer whenever the breeze passes through. Nearby, a climbing vine stretches across a wooden frame. Tiny drops of dew still cling to each leaf. They sparkle briefly, before quietly disappearing into the warming air. Somewhere deeper inside the house, you hear the faint rustle of wool blankets. Someone is waking, not suddenly, not with an alarm, simply because morning has arrived. In one small bedroom, a young boy slowly opens his eyes. The room is modest. Its white plaster walls are plain. A wooden chest stands near the foot of the bed. A small clay lamp rests upon it, its flame having burned low during the night. The lamp gives one final gentle flicker, then quietly fades. Morning light now takes its place. The blanket covering the boy is woven from coarse wool. It is heavier than the blankets many of us know today. During cool nights, its weight provides welcome warmth. Slowly, he sits up, stretching without haste. The stone floor feels cool beneath his bare feet. For a moment, he simply listens. He hears birds outside, the distant splash of water from the neighborhood fountain, and somewhere nearby, the familiar crackle of a fire being stirred back to life. These sounds have greeted him almost every morning of his life. To him, they are so ordinary that he barely notices them. Yet together, they form the peaceful soundtrack of ancient Rome. Across the courtyard, his mother is already awake. She moves quietly through the kitchen. Her footsteps are gentle against the stone floor. She has no need to hurry. The day is long. There is time for every task. She places a small clay pot above glowing charcoal. Not roaring flames, only gentle glowing embers, carefully preserved from the evening before. Fresh charcoal is added slowly. A tiny curl of smoke rises into the cool air. Soon, the faint scent of warming grain begins to fill the room. Breakfast in this home is simple. Fresh bread from the neighborhood bakery, olives gathered from nearby groves, a little goat's cheese, perhaps dried figs, or a drizzle of fragrant honey. If the family has been fortunate, nothing extravagant, yet everything prepared with quiet care. The father of the household steps into the courtyard. His tunic is plain, made from undyed wool. Years of careful washing have softened the fabric. He pauses beside the small basin, scooping cool water into his hands. He splashes his face gently. The water is refreshing, carrying away the last traces of sleep. He breathes deeply, looking upward. The sky above the open courtyard is now turning pale gold. Another ordinary day has begun. He smiles quietly, not because today promises anything remarkable, but because ordinary days can be deeply satisfying. There is work to do, people to greet, bread to earn, family to care for. In many ways, his hopes are not so different from our own. The youngest child is the last to awaken. She carries a small woven doll tucked beneath one arm. Its simple woolen hair has begun to unravel. Its stitched smile is fading. Yet to her, it is precious. She rubs her sleepy eyes, then quietly joins her family. No one rushes her. There is no reason to. Morning is meant to arrive gently. The family gathers around a low wooden table. The first loaf of warm bread is placed in the center. Steam still rises softly from its golden crust. The father breaks the loaf with both hands. The crisp crust gives way with a quiet crackle. Inside, the bread is warm, soft, fragrant. Each family member receives a piece. No ceremony, no speeches, only the simple comfort of sharing the first meal of the day together. For a few peaceful moments, very little is said. Conversation can wait. The morning itself is enough. Rome continues to awaken. Another window opens. Another baker removes fresh loaves from the oven. Another craftsman unlocks his workshop. Another child rubs the sleep from tired eyes. Thousands of ordinary lives, beginning another ordinary day, together. And perhaps, if we listen carefully, these quiet moments tell us more about history than the stories of emperors ever could. The simple breakfast comes to a gentle end. There are no plates piled high with food, no hurried footsteps, no anxious glances toward a clock. Only a few crumbs of warm bread remain upon the wooden table, alongside several olive pits, and an empty clay cup that only moments ago held cool water. The mother gathers the dishes slowly. Each bowl is made from simple fired clay. No two are exactly alike. A tiny chip marks the edge of one. Another carries faint traces of the potter's fingers, pressed into the soft clay many years before it was placed into the fire. Objects like these rarely survive in perfect condition. They are used every day, repaired when possible, cared for with quiet attention. In homes throughout Rome, thousands of similar bowls and cooking pots begin another ordinary morning. The city grows just a little brighter. A beam of sunlight slips over the courtyard wall. For the first time today, golden light touches the leaves of the small olive tree. Each silver-green leaf glimmers for only a moment, before the breeze gently turns it once more. The youngest child reaches toward the sunlight with curious fingers. She laughs softly, watching tiny dust particles dance through the warm beam. Sir, it is simply a beautiful morning. She does not know that nearly 2,000 years later, someone somewhere will imagine this very moment. The father returns to the entrance of the home. A small wooden peg beside the doorway holds a woven shoulder bag. Inside are a few simple belongings: a cloth for wrapping bread, a small knife, a length of cord. Nothing more is needed. Before stepping outside, he pauses, not because he has forgotten anything, But because this quiet pause has become part of his morning, he listens. The distant fountain still flows. Birdsong now fills the air above the rooftops. The smell of fresh bread has become even richer. Somewhere nearby, a donkey gives one long sleepy call. The city feels alive now, but gently alive. The wooden door opens with a familiar creak. Warm morning light spills across the stone floor. Neighbors have begun appearing one by one. An elderly woman sweeps her doorway with a bundle of twigs tied together. The soft brushing sound rises and falls in a slow rhythm. She smiles politely as another neighbor passes. There is no need for many words. They have greeted each other on mornings like this for years, perhaps even decades. A young apprentice walks quickly along the street, carrying a folded piece of linen beneath one arm. He is one of the few people moving with purpose. Even so, his pace is calm. He knows his master will already be preparing the workshop. Every trade in Rome begins its day differently. The potter checks yesterday's kiln. The blacksmith stirs the coals of his forge. The carpenter runs careful fingers across smooth pieces of seasoned wood. The weaver examines threads stretched patiently upon a loom. None of these crafts begin with noise. They begin with preparation, with habit, with quiet hands repeating familiar movements learned over many years. Across the narrow street, a small dog lies comfortably in a patch of sunlight. Its eyes remain half closed. One ear twitches as footsteps pass nearby, yet it sees no reason to move. The stone beneath it has already begun to warm. It is the perfect place to enjoy the peaceful beginning of another day. You continue walking beside the family. The streets remain pleasantly cool. Tall buildings shade much of the roadway. Only thin ribbons of sunlight reach the ground, creating bright patterns across the ancient paving stones. The father exchanges a simple greeting with a passing neighbor. Salve. One word, spoken softly. The neighbor smiles. Salve. And both continue on their way. No conversation is necessary. A single kind greeting is enough. At a nearby doorway, bundles of lavender hang upside down to dry. The fragrance drifts gently into the street whenever the breeze passes through. Beside them, strings of garlic, small baskets, and woven mats wait to be used throughout the day. Nothing is arranged for decoration alone. Almost everything has a practical purpose. Yet together, they create a quiet beauty that belongs to everyday life. From an open window above, the gentle sound of someone humming reaches the street. Perhaps she is preparing breakfast, perhaps sweeping the floor, perhaps simply enjoying the peaceful morning. The melody lasts only a few moments, then fades into the gentle sounds of the waking city. A small workshop slowly opens its wooden shutters. Inside, shelves hold rows of unfinished clay lamps. Some are plain. Others carry delicate patterns pressed into the soft clay before firing. Soon, families across the neighborhood will buy them. Each lamp will provide warm light after sunset. Each flame will illuminate ordinary evenings, shared meals, quiet conversations, and peaceful moments before sleep. Few people think about the craftsman who made them, yet his careful work becomes part of countless homes. Perhaps this is one of history's quiet lessons. The greatest influence is not always found in grand achievements. Sometimes it is found in small acts of care, repeated faithfully, day after day. As the family reaches the end of the street, the city opens before them. The market district is still some distance away, but already you can sense its slow awakening. The smell of herbs, fresh vegetables, warm bread, and damp wicker baskets drifts gently upon the morning air. The day is ready to begin. So, without hurry, without expectation, you continue your peaceful walk into the heart of ancient Rome. The streets grow a little wider now, and with each gentle step, the quiet heart of the neighborhood slowly gives way to one of the oldest traditions in any city, the morning market. Long before great buildings become busy, long before public squares fill with conversation, the market begins its quiet work. Not suddenly, but gradually, one merchant at a time, one basket at a time, one greeting at a time. As you approach, you notice that the square is still only half awake. Many wooden stalls remain closed. Others have only just begun to open. The first merchants arrive carrying woven baskets balanced carefully upon their shoulders. Their pace is steady. There is no rushing. They know that the market has awakened this way every morning, for longer than anyone can remember. The stone beneath your feet has become smoother here. Thousands upon thousands of footsteps, day after day, year after year, have gently polished its surface. If these stones could speak, they might tell stories not of emperors, but of ordinary people. A grandmother choosing fresh herbs, a father buying bread, a child proudly carrying home a small basket of figs. Simple moments, repeated across generations. To your left, an elderly woman carefully unfolds a linen cloth over her wooden table. The cloth is plain, but clean. She smooths every corner with patient hands. Only then does she begin arranging her small collection of herbs. Bundles of rosemary, fresh thyme, mint, bay leaves, a few purple flowers of lavender. Each bundle is tied neatly with thin strands of flax. The fragrance rises gently into the cool morning air. It is fresh and comforting. Many families will carry these herbs home today to flavor simple soups, fresh bread, or slow-cooked stews. The woman smiles quietly as she finishes arranging the last bundle. She is in no hurry. She has performed this same morning ritual, perhaps thousands of times. Nearby, a potter begins unpacking his work. One by one, he lifts bowls from a padded basket lined with straw. Each bowl is slightly different. Some are deep, some are shallow, some carry simple painted lines around their edges. None are perfect, yet each has its own quiet character. He turns every piece slowly in the morning light, inspecting it carefully. Satisfied, he places it gently upon a wooden shelf. Beside the bowls, he arranges oil lamps, tiny works of craftsmanship, each one waiting patiently to bring warmth and light into someone's home. Across the square, a farmer arrives with baskets overflowing with fresh vegetables. Bright green lettuce, round onions, leeks with long pale stems, tender cabbage leaves still carrying tiny drops of morning dew. He brushes a little dust from one basket, then simply waits. There is comfort in work that follows the rhythm of the seasons. Nothing grows overnight. Everything requires patience. The soil, the rain, the sunlight, and time. The market itself reflects that same quiet patience. You continue walking slowly. The aroma of fresh bread returns once again. This time, stronger than before. A young baker carefully carries warm loaves from a wooden cart. Each loaf has been marked with shallow cuts across its crust. The cuts help the bread bake evenly, but they also give every loaf its own familiar appearance. Steam rises softly into the cool air. For just a moment, the entire square seems wrapped in the comforting scent of warm wheat, wood smoke, and freshly baked bread. Several early customers approach. There is no crowd, no long lines. Each person waits calmly. A few quiet words are exchanged. Coins pass gently from hand to hand. The bread is wrapped in linen or placed directly into waiting baskets. Simple transactions, repeated countless times. Yet together, they keep the city alive. A pair of children walk beside their grandfather. The older man points toward different stalls as they pass. He does not lecture. He simply names the fruits, the vegetables, the herbs, allowing the children to learn by seeing. Perhaps they have visited this market every week since they were very small. The familiar path between the stalls has become part of their childhood. Above the square, swallows dart gracefully through the brightening sky. They twist and turn effortlessly, catching tiny insects carried upon the morning breeze. Their quick movements contrast gently with the slow pace below. Life unfolds at many different rhythms. The birds hurry because they must. The people do not. Near the center of the market, a man quietly sharpens small kitchen knives upon a smooth whetstone. The sound is soft, stone against metal, slow, steady, almost musical. He tests each blade carefully, not seeking perfection, only usefulness. In a city like Rome, countless small skills quietly support everyday life. A sharp knife, a well-fired pot, a sturdy basket, fresh bread, clear water. Each seems ordinary, yet together they create comfort. And perhaps comfort has always been one of humanity's greatest treasures. The sun climbs a little higher now. Warm golden light begins to fill the entire square. The long morning shadows slowly retreat. The market has fully awakened, not with noise, but with quiet purpose. Every stall, every basket, every smile, every loaf of bread, every clay bowl becomes another small thread in the great tapestry of ordinary life. And as you continue your gentle walk among these peaceful people, you may begin to notice something unexpected. Although nearly 2,000 years separate their world from ours, many of the small joys remain the same. Fresh food, friendly faces, useful work, morning sunshine, and the simple comfort of beginning another ordinary day. You continue your gentle walk, allowing the quiet rhythm of the market to carry you forward, one peaceful step at a time. Nothing asks for your attention. Nothing competes for your eyes. Each stall simply waits, patiently, for those who choose to stop. A little farther along, you notice several large clay jars standing beneath a simple wooden shelter. They are taller than a person's waist, rounded through the middle, and sealed with carefully fitted lids. Each jar holds one of the most valuable everyday ingredients in the Roman world: olive oil. The merchant lifts one heavy lid with practiced care. Immediately, a rich, earthy fragrance escapes into the morning air. The golden oil catches the sunlight, its surface shining softly inside the deep clay vessel. Nearby, a customer brings a small pottery bottle from home. Rather than buying a new container, she has brought her own. The merchant fills it slowly, using a bronze ladle polished smooth by years of careful work. Not a single drop is wasted. When he finishes, He wipes the edge of the bottle with a clean cloth, smiles politely, and returns the lid to the great storage jar. Simple work, done well, done every day. The woman thanks him with a gentle nod, places the bottle carefully into her woven basket, and continues on her way. There is no rush. The morning is still young. A few steps farther, another familiar aroma greets you. This time, it is the gentle scent of goat's cheese. Several small rounds of pale cheese rest upon smooth wooden boards. Some are fresh, soft, and creamy. Others have aged for many weeks, developing firmer textures and deeper flavors. The cheesemaker cuts a small piece for an elderly customer, not with elaborate ceremony, but with quiet confidence. His hands know exactly where to guide the knife. His eyes have judged the texture before the blade even touches the cheese. Such skills are not learned in a single season. They are earned slowly, morning after morning, year after year. Nearby, a basket of fresh figs catches your attention. Some are deep purple. Others glow with soft shades of green and gold. Morning dew still clings gently to their smooth skins. The fruit seller carefully turns each fig in his hands, inspecting it before placing it neatly upon the display. He removes one with a small blemish, setting it aside. Perhaps it will become part of his own breakfast later. Nothing good is wasted. Across the narrow path, bundles of garlic hang in tidy rows. Their white bulbs gleam softly beneath the rising sun. Beside them, braided onions sway gently whenever the breeze passes through. The fragrance is stronger here, yet still pleasant, still earthy, still part of the quiet language of the market. You notice that no merchant calls loudly for customers. There are no banners waving overhead, no bright painted signs. The people of this neighborhood already know where to find the finest bread, the sweetest figs, or the freshest herbs. Trust has been built slowly, across many ordinary years. That trust, more than anything else, brings customers back each morning. As you wander farther, you discover a stall unlike the others. Instead of food, it offers simple household tools: wooden spoons, small bronze needles, clay cups, bundles of cord, woven baskets of every size. The merchant picks up one basket, running careful fingers across its tightly woven reeds. Its pattern is neat, strong, flexible, made to last. You pause to admire the craftsmanship. Every strand crosses another with quiet precision. Someone gathered these reeds beside a river. Someone soaked them in water. Someone patiently wove them together, one strand at a time. Hours of careful work, now resting silently upon a market table. Nearby, a young apprentice watches his master repairing the handle of a wooden rake. The older craftsman works without speaking. He measures twice, cuts once, smooths the wood with slow strokes of a sharp blade. The apprentice observes every movement, learning not from books, but from careful attention. Knowledge travels quietly from one pair of hands to another, just as it has for generations. The morning sun climbs a little higher. Warmth begins to replace the cool air of dawn. The stone pavement beneath your feet feels pleasantly warm now. A few shadows still linger beneath awnings and narrow archways. People naturally drift toward them as they pause to talk. No one appears anxious. No one constantly watches the sky. The day seems to unfold exactly as expected. Predictable, reliable, comforting. A gentle breeze returns, bringing with it the faint scent of fresh rosemary once more. It mingles with warm bread, olive oil, wood smoke, and sun-warmed stone. Each fragrance blends naturally into the next. Together, they create a morning that belongs entirely to ancient Rome. You stop beside a stone fountain standing near the center of the square. Its clear water falls steadily into a wide basin below. Several birds take turns drinking. A child carefully fills a small cup. An elderly traveler rinses the dust from his hands. The fountain asks for nothing, simply gives. Hour after hour, day after day, year after year, for centuries, countless conversations have begun beside flowing water. Countless friendships have grown. Countless ordinary moments, now forgotten, once unfolded here. And somehow, that thought feels strangely comforting. Not every beautiful moment needs to be remembered forever. Sometimes, it is enough simply to have existed. The market is now fully alive. Not crowded, not noisy, simply awake. The steady rhythm of everyday life continues around you. Bread is shared, baskets are filled, neighbors exchange warm smiles, children walk beside their parents, craftsmen prepare for another day's work. And above it all, the gentle morning sun shines upon the rooftops of Rome, exactly as it has done for countless ordinary mornings before, and countless more still to come. As the morning market slowly settles into its familiar rhythm, you leave the open square behind, following a quieter street where the sounds of trade become softer and the quiet work of skilled hands begins. Here, away from the busy market stalls, Rome breathes at a slower pace. This is the neighborhood of craftsmen, the people who rarely appear in history books, yet whose work quietly fills every Roman home. A wooden spoon, a clay lamp, a woven basket, a leather sandal, a warm woolen cloak. None of these objects simply appeared. Each began in a small workshop, like the ones before you now. The street is narrow and pleasantly shaded. Morning sunlight filters gently between the buildings, painting long golden shapes across the ancient stones. The air carries the comforting scent of fresh-cut wood, warm clay, beeswax, and linen drying in the breeze. No loud voices echo here, only the quiet music of ordinary work. The first workshop belongs to a carpenter. Its wide wooden doors stand open, inviting cool air inside. Sunlight falls across rows of neatly stacked timber, oak, and cypress, each piece carefully chosen, each patiently waiting for its turn. The carpenter pauses for a moment, running his fingertips across a smooth wooden board. He is not measuring with rulers. He is measuring through experience. Years of practice have taught his hands what no written instruction could fully explain. He lifts a small hand plane and gently pushes it along the grain. A thin ribbon of pale wood curls upward, falling softly to the floor. Another pass, then another. The sound is almost like a whisper, steady, gentle, unhurried. The floor beneath his feet is covered with fine wood shavings. They gather quietly in small golden piles, releasing the sweet scent of freshly worked timber. Some will later be swept away. Some may be used to help start tomorrow's cooking fire. Very little goes to waste. Near the doorway, a simple wooden stool waits to be finished. Its legs have already been shaped. Its seat has been carefully sanded smooth with rough stone and patient hands. Soon, it will stand inside someone's home, supporting ordinary conversations, shared meals, quiet evenings, and perhaps a sleeping child resting beside the family fire. The carpenter smiles softly, satisfied with today's slow progress. He does not hurry toward completion. He understands something that many craftsmen have always known. Good work often takes exactly as long as it needs. The breeze stirs gently once more. Somewhere farther down the street, you hear another quiet rhythm. Not the sound of wood this time, but of clay. Patient hands turning slowly upon a potter's wheel. The gentle sound of the carpenter's hand plane slowly fades behind you, replaced now by the quiet rhythm of turning clay. Just a few steps farther along the narrow street, a potter's workshop welcomes the morning. The doorway stands open, allowing cool air to drift inside. Sunlight spills gently across the packed earth floor, where countless tiny footprints left by years of careful work, have become part of the workshop itself. The smell here is different. Clean and earthy. Fresh clay has a scent unlike almost anything else. It carries the memory of riverbanks, of damp soil after gentle rain, and of the patient hands that shape it. The potter sits quietly upon a simple wooden stool. Before him, a heavy stone will turn slowly, not by electricity, not by hidden machinery, but by the steady movement of his own foot. Each gentle push keeps the wheel spinning, round and round, without hurry. A small mound of soft clay waits patiently at its center. For a long moment, the potter does nothing. His hands simply rest upon the cool surface, feeling its moisture, its softness, its quiet willingness to become something useful. Then, almost without effort, his fingers begin to move. The clay rises slowly, just a little, then a little more. The shape changes almost magically, a simple lump of earth, gradually becoming a graceful bowl. His thumbs press gently into the center. His palms guide the outer walls. Every movement is small, every movement deliberate. There is no force, only patience, only experience. You notice how completely focused he is. Not tense, not hurried, simply present. His breathing remains slow. The turning wheel provides a gentle rhythm, almost like the steady ticking of time itself. Around him, shelves line the workshop walls, each one filled with objects at different stages of completion. Some pieces are still soft, waiting to dry beneath the warm morning air. Others have become pale and firm, ready for the kiln. On the highest shelves, finished bowls, water jugs, and oil lamps wait quietly. Their smooth surfaces catch the growing sunlight. Every vessel is slightly different. One curves a little wider, another stands slightly taller. Tiny fingerprints, almost invisible, remain hidden beneath the fired clay. Silent reminders that every object was shaped by human hands. A young apprentice kneels beside a wooden table nearby. His task today is simple. He smooths the rough edges of yesterday's bowls, using a damp cloth and a small polished stone. He works carefully, one bowl at a time. There is no stack of hundreds waiting beside him. Only today's work, only this moment. The master potter glances toward him from time to time, not to criticize, simply to observe. Learning happens quietly here. Questions are few. Demonstration is everything. The apprentice watches every movement, every touch, every pause. One day, without even realizing exactly when, His own hands will begin moving with the same quiet confidence. Now, like water flowing through Rome's aqueducts, passes steadily from one generation to the next. Near the back of the workshop, several clay lamps have been carefully arranged upon wooden boards. Each one is no larger than two hands placed together. Simple, elegant, practical. Later tonight, one of these lamps may sit upon a family's dinner table, its small flame illuminating warm bread, gentle conversation, and tired smiles at the end of another ordinary day. Another may rest beside a sleeping child, its light burning softly until the oil is gone. Another may guide an elderly reader through the final lines of a treasured scroll. The potter will never know where his work finally travels, nor does he seem troubled by that thought. His purpose is simply to make something useful, something lasting, something beautiful in its simplicity. The morning grows brighter still. A swallow darts briefly across the workshop doorway. Its shadow flashes across the floor, then disappears as quickly as it came. The potter does not even look up. His hands continue their slow dance with the clay. Round and round, the wheel turns. Round and round, the vessel rises. Almost without noticing, you find yourself breathing in the same quiet rhythm. Slowly, steadily, calmly. Perhaps that is the secret hidden inside places like this. Not the finished bowls, not the graceful lamps, but the peaceful way they come into being. In a world that often celebrates speed, this little workshop reminds us that some of the finest things still require patience, and perhaps so do we. The gentle turning of the potter's wheel slowly fades into the distance as another quiet sound begins to greet the morning, the soft click, a thread being drawn carefully across the loom. Another workshop waits, another ordinary craft. Another forgotten pair of hands, quietly shaping the everyday life of ancient Rome. The quiet turning of the potter's wheel gradually becomes a memory behind you. Its gentle rhythm fades, replaced by another, equally patient, equally timeless. An open doorway reveals a workshop filled not with clay, nor with wood, but with thread. Long strands of wool, dyed in soft natural colors, hang neatly from smooth wooden beams. Cream, warm brown, gentle gray, muted green, and the pale gold of undyed flax. The colors are quiet. Nothing here demands attention. Everything seems to belong naturally to the morning. The air inside feels warm, not from a roaring fire, but from sunlight that has begun to gather beneath the tiled roof. Tiny beams of light slip through narrow openings above, falling across floating specks of dust. Each particle drifts slowly, as though even the air itself wishes to move gently. A large wooden loom stands at the center of the room. It is taller than a man. Its beams have grown smooth through many years of careful use. The polished wood carries countless tiny marks, each one left by ordinary days of patient work. A woman sits comfortably before the loom. Her posture is relaxed, her breathing calm. She does not glance toward the street. She does not hurry. Her attention belongs entirely to the threads before her. One hand guides the shuttle, the other adjusts the growing cloth. The movements repeat again and again with quiet confidence. Soft, wooden clicks echo gently through the workshop. The shuttle passes through the threads. The frame settles. A comb of polished wood presses the woven rows into place. Then silence, only for a heartbeat, before the peaceful rhythm begins again. Click, slide, press, pause. Click, slide, press, pause. It is a rhythm that asks for nothing. It simply continues, patiently, as it has for many years. Nearby, a basket holds balls of freshly spun wool, each one wound carefully by hand. The fibers are soft, still carrying the faint scent of clean sheep's wool, dried beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. You imagine the long journey each thread has taken. Shepherds guiding quiet flocks across gentle hills. Shearers carefully removing the thick fleece in spring. Families washing the wool in clear running water. Women spinning delicate fibers into thread. Only after all of that does the weaving finally begin. Every blanket, every cloak, every simple Roman tunic carries within it the patient work of many hands resting on a nearby table. A folded piece of finished linen catches the morning light. Its surface is smooth, cool, and surprisingly soft. Soon, someone will purchase it. Perhaps it will become a baby's blanket. Perhaps a table covering for family meals. Perhaps fresh clothing for a young apprentice beginning his first year of work. The weaver will probably never know. She creates quietly, then allows her work to become part of someone else's ordinary life. There is something beautiful in that. To create without needing recognition. To work without applause. To know that simple usefulness can itself be a kind of quiet art. The breeze stirs gently through the doorway. For just a moment, the hanging threads begin to sway. Softly, almost like tall grass moving across an open field. Sunlight catches the delicate fibers, making them glow for only an instant. Then the breeze passes, and stillness returns once more. Across the room, an elderly man sits upon a low wooden stool. In his hands rests a well-used cloak. Years of careful wear have opened a small tear near one shoulder. He does not throw it away. Instead, he threads a simple bone needle, choosing yarn of nearly the same color. His eyesight is slower now. His fingers carry more wrinkles than they once did. Yet every stitch remains careful, every movement measured, repairing something rather than replacing it feels perfectly natural here. Objects are valued. They accompany families through many seasons. A cloak may protect a traveler from winter rain, wrap a sleeping child during a cool evening, or cover tired shoulders after a long day's work. Such things deserve care. The old man finishes his final stitch. He runs gentle fingers across the repaired cloth. Satisfied, he smiles quietly, not because the repair is invisible. It is not, but because the cloak can continue its journey. Sometimes, a thing becomes even more precious because it has been lovingly repaired. The sounds of the loom continue behind you, steady, predictable, comforting. Click, slide, press, pause. You begin to notice that nearly every craft in Rome carries its own peaceful rhythm. The baker kneads, the potter turns, the carpenter planes, the weaver threads, different movements, different sounds, yet all sharing the same quiet patience. Perhaps this city, built from marble, brick, timber, and clay, was held together just as much by these gentle daily rhythms as by its mighty walls. You remain for another quiet moment, listening, breathing, allowing the peaceful sounds of ordinary work to settle gently around you. There is no need to hurry onward. History has waited nearly 2,000 years. It can wait another minute. A soft metallic tap, barely louder than a bird's song, drifts through the morning air. Then another, not harsh, not alarming, simply steady. Somewhere nearby, a blacksmith has begun his day, and with slow, careful steps, you find yourself walking toward the gentle glow of another humble workshop. The gentle rhythm of the loom gradually slips behind you, like the final notes of a familiar melody. The narrow street bends softly to the right. Morning sunlight now reaches farther between the rooftops, painting warm rectangles of gold across the ancient stone pavement. A small swallow lands upon a rooftop. It remains perfectly still, watching the quiet world below. Then, without warning, it lifts effortlessly into the bright blue sky. leaving only the soft whisper of wings behind. The air feels slightly warmer now. The cool freshness of dawn has begun to fade, replaced by the gentle warmth of a Mediterranean morning. Yet the breeze still wanders through the streets, carrying with it the comforting sense of olive wood, fresh linen, warm bread, and somewhere ahead, the unmistakable smell of charcoal, not heavy, not unpleasant, simply earthy, dry, and familiar. You continue walking. Soon, you notice another open doorway. Unlike the workshops you have already visited, this one seems wrapped in soft amber light. The source is easy to find. At the center of the room, a bed of glowing charcoal rests inside a sturdy stone hearth. There are no towering flames, only quiet embers, glowing gently beneath a fine layer of pale gray ash. They breathe softly, brightening whenever the morning breeze reaches them. The blacksmith is already awake. He stands beside the hearth, not rushing into his work, but preparing carefully. Preparation, like every craft you have seen today, is never hurried. He kneels beside a woven basket. Inside rest simple iron tools awaiting repair. A garden hoe, a kitchen knife, several worn nails, a small door hinge. Nothing grand, nothing made for kings or generals. These are the quiet objects of ordinary life. Without them, doors would not open smoothly, gardens could not be tended, meals would become more difficult to prepare. Small things often carry great importance. The blacksmith gently places one iron blade beside the glowing coals. He does not force the fire. Instead, he waits patiently. Iron cannot be hurried. It warms according to its own nature. So the craftsman simply watches. His face glows softly in the orange light. His breathing remains slow. One hand rests comfortably upon the wooden handle of a pair of iron tongs. The other brushes a little ash away from the edge of the hearth. Nothing is wasted, nothing exaggerated, only quiet attention. Nearby, a leather bellows stands ready. Its wooden handles have grown smooth over many years. The blacksmith gives it one slow squeeze. A gentle breath of air slips into the glowing charcoal. The embers brighten. Tiny sparks rise for only a heartbeat before quietly disappearing. And he presses the bellows. Not quickly, not forcefully, just enough. The fire responds with a soft orange glow, almost as though it has taken a peaceful breath of its own. The workshop itself feels surprisingly calm. The walls are lined with simple shelves, clay jars filled with nails, bundles of iron rods, wooden handles waiting for new tools. A hammer rests upon a broad oak workbench. Its polished handle tells the story of many years of honest work. Above the bench hangs a small oil lamp, now extinguished, its work finished as daylight fills the room. The blacksmith lifts the warming blade with careful hands. Its dark iron has begun changing color. Not bright red, not yet, only a gentle deep orange near the edges. He lays it upon the anvil. The heavy block of iron has stood here for decades, perhaps even longer. Its surface bears thousands upon thousands of tiny marks, each one left by patient hands, each one a quiet memory of useful things created. The hammer rises, only a short distance. Then, tap. A soft, clear sound fills the room. Not the loud crashing many people imagine. Just one measured strike. The blade is turned slightly. Another gentle tap. Then another. The rhythm is slow enough. That silence comfortably rests between each movement. Tap, turn, tap, breathe. The sound drifts out through the doorway, joining the peaceful morning beyond. People walking along the street scarcely notice it. To them, it is simply another familiar sound of home. A woman carrying fresh herbs smiles politely as she passes. A young boy pauses for only a moment, curious to watch the careful work. The blacksmith notices him, returns a friendly smile, and continues shaping the blade. No words are needed. Dun-dun. Watching skilled hands at work is less than enough. Against one wall, a completed shovel leans beside a newly repaired rake. Nearby, several horseshoes hang neatly upon wooden pegs, each one slightly different, each one made for a particular animal. The craftsman understands that no two horses walk exactly alike. Even simple work contains quiet wisdom. As sunlight slowly reaches farther into the workshop, the glowing embers become less noticeable. Daylight now fills the room with soft golden warmth. Dust drifts lazily through the beams of light, tiny particles floating, almost weightless. The blacksmith places the finished blade into a wooden bucket filled with cool water. A gentle hiss rises into the air. Thin curls of steam dance upward, then disappear. The water grows still once more. He lifts the blade, examines its edge, runs one careful thumb along the flat side, and nods with quiet satisfaction. Another ordinary repair, completed with care. Another useful object, ready to return to everyday life. Perhaps this evening, someone will prepare vegetables using this very knife. Perhaps tomorrow, it will harvest herbs from a small garden. Its story will continue, not because it is extraordinary, but because it quietly serves. And perhaps that is true of so many things, not only tools, but people as well. The greatest lives are not always the loudest. Sometimes they are simply the ones that continue, day after day, doing small things with patience, and quiet skill. You step back into the peaceful street. The warmth of the forge remains behind you. The city continues to awaken. One workshop, one doorway, one ordinary life at a time. The gentle journey through ancient Rome carries on. The warmth of the forge lingers with you, even after you have stepped back into the quiet street. For a few peaceful moments, you can still smell the faint fragrance of charcoal mixed with warm iron and seasoned oak. Then, slowly, the breeze carries those scents away, replacing them with the fresh air of the morning once more. The city continues to awaken, not all at once, but gently, like a flower opening beneath the first light of day. A narrow wooden sign hangs above another doorway. It moves ever so slightly in the breeze, its faded paint softened by many summers beneath the Roman sun. Inside, the room is bright. Sunlight pours through an open courtyard, filling the workshop with warm golden light. The smell here is unmistakable. Fresh leather, natural beeswax, and cedar wood. It is the workshop of a sandal maker. Rows of leather hang neatly along one wall. Some pieces are pale brown, others are dark, and smooth from careful tanning. Each hide carries tiny natural markings. No two are exactly alike. The craftsman welcomes the morning in silence. He sits upon a low wooden bench, a half-finished sandal resting comfortably across his knee. For several moments, he simply studies it, turning it slowly beneath the light, checking every stitch, feeling every edge. His fingers know this work so well that they seem almost to think for themselves. Nearby, a wooden tray holds simple tools: a curved knife, bone needles, waxed linen thread, a smooth polishing stone. Nothing elaborate, only the quiet companions of a skilled artisan. The craftsman threads his needle carefully. He pulls the wax thread through a block of fragrant beeswax once more. The thread shines softly. It will glide more smoothly through the leather this way. A tiny detail, yet one learned through many years of experience. He begins sewing. One careful stitch, then another. The thread disappears neatly into the leather. Each pull is firm, but never hurried. There is a rhythm here, different from the loom, different from the potter's wheel, yet equally peaceful. Push, pull, tighten, pause, push, pull, tighten, pause. The sandal slowly takes shape, not as a fashionable object, but as something dependable, something that will accompany its owner across stone streets, through quiet markets, into gardens, along country roads, and safely home again. You imagine how many footsteps a single pair of sandals might witness. Morning walks to the fountain, children running through sunny courtyards, farmers returning with baskets of olives, merchants traveling dusty roads between distant towns, each journey beginning with careful craftsmanship inside workshops just like this. Resting near the doorway, several completed pairs wait patiently. Their leather straps lie neatly folded. The soles are thick enough to endure many seasons. Each pair looks slightly different, not because the craftsman seeks variety, but because every foot tells its own story. Some are broad, some narrow, some shaped by years of hard work. The artisan understands this without needing measurements written upon paper. Experience has become his greatest guide. A customer quietly enters, an elderly traveler. His own sandals have served him faithfully for many years. The straps have grown thin, the soles worn smooth. Instead of buying an entirely new pair, he asks whether they can be repaired. The craftsman smiles kindly. He turns the old sandals over in his hands, examining every stitch, every crack, every worn edge. After a thoughtful pause, he nods. Yes, they can still serve. The traveler seems pleased, not because he has saved a few coins, but because familiar things often become companions. There is comfort in continuing a journey with something that already knows the road. The repair begins immediately. A fresh leather strap is carefully cut. Its edges are trimmed smooth. The old thread is removed, one stitch at a time. Nothing is torn away, nothing forced. Even repairing requires patience. Across the workshop, a young apprentice gathers the tiny scraps of leftover leather. He places them neatly into a small basket. Some pieces are too small for sandals, but perhaps they will become children's toys, or patches for bags, or protective covers for knife handles. Very little is discarded. Every material is respected. The sound of distant conversation drifts gently through the open doorway. The market has become a little busier now, yet even from here, the voices remain soft, almost carried away by the morning breeze. The craftsman finishes the final stitch. He rubs a little olive oil into the leather. Slow circles, patient hands. The surface gradually becomes richer, more supple, more beautiful. Sunlight catches the polished straps. giving them a warm golden glow. He returns the repaired sandals to their owner. The elderly traveler slips them on. He stands quietly, taking a few careful steps across the smooth stone floor. They fit perfectly, not because they are new, but because they have been thoughtfully restored. The traveler smiles, offers his thanks, and continues his peaceful walk into the growing day. The craftsman watches him disappear down the street. Then, without hesitation, he reaches for another piece of leather. Another ordinary task awaits. Another pair of sandals. Another quiet morning. Another opportunity to create something useful. And somehow, there is something deeply reassuring about that. The world changes. Generations come and go. Empires rise and eventually fade. Yet somewhere, someone continues to mend. Someone continues to build. Someone continues to care. Perhaps it is these quiet acts of craftsmanship, repeated day after day, that truly hold a civilization together. You linger for one final moment, listening to the gentle pull of thread through leather, the distant songs of morning birds, and the soft whisper of the breeze moving through the open courtyard. Then, with slow and unhurried steps, you continue your peaceful journey toward another humble workshop where the written words of Rome are copied patiently by hand, one careful line at a time, leaving the quiet scent of polished leather behind. You continue along the peaceful street, where the morning has now fully settled over the city. The sunlight has become warmer, though it is still gentle, pours across the rooftops, turning pale stone into shades of honey and gold. Small patches of shade remain beneath wooden balconies, offering cool places where a sleepy cat stretches lazily before curling itself into a comfortable circle once again. Nothing disturbs the calm. The city is awake now, but never hurried. At a modest doorway stands slightly open. Unlike the workshops you have visited before, there is almost no sound coming from within, only the occasional thud of something moving softly across a smooth surface. Curious, you step a little closer. Inside, the room feels wonderfully cool. Its thick stone walls protect it from the growing warmth outside. Light enters through a small opening above, falling in one bright column onto a broad wooden table. Tiny specks of dust drift slowly through the beam of sunlight. They fall, almost as though time itself has become lighter here. At the table sits an elderly scribe. His hair has turned the color of fresh linen. Fine lines surround his eyes, not from worry, But from many years spent reading by the quiet light of oil lamps, his shoulders are relaxed. His breathing is slow. He does not notice your arrival. His entire attention rests upon the scroll before him. Beside his hand, a small clay pot holds deep black ink. The ink was prepared with care, using soot, water, and natural gum, mixed patiently until it became smooth and dark. Next to it rests a bundle of carefully cut reed pens. Each one has been shaped by hand, the tip of every reed trimmed with a tiny knife, creating a fine point, capable of drawing graceful lines across the page. The scribe lifts one of the reeds. He pauses, not because he has forgotten what to write, but because careful writing begins with stillness. He dips the tip gently into the ink, only a small amount, just enough. Then, slowly, the pen touches the pale surface of the scroll. A single graceful letter appears. Another follows. The sound is wonderfully soft, like dry leaves brushing together beneath an autumn breeze. Each letter arrives patiently. No movement is wasted. No stroke is rushed. Writing, in this quiet room, feels less like work and more like a form of peaceful meditation. The scroll itself rests upon two smooth wooden rollers. As one hand writes, the other gently unrolls fresh space. The finished lines disappear behind the opposite roller, protected from dust, protected from light, waiting for another reader, perhaps many years from now. Shelves line the walls. Upon them rest dozens of carefully tied scrolls. Some contain poetry, some record business accounts, others preserve speeches, family records, or practical knowledge passed from one generation to another. Not every scroll tells the story of an emperor. Many contain ordinary information, lists of supplies, letters between friends, notes from merchants, records of grain deliveries, quiet pieces of everyday life, written carefully so they would not be forgotten. A young apprentice sits nearby. His task is not yet to write. Instead, he prepares fresh sheets of papyrus, one by one. He smooths each surface gently with a polished stone, removing tiny imperfections. Making the writing surface ready, he performs the same motion. And again, there is comfort in repetition. A dove lands upon the windowsill. For a few peaceful moments, it simply watches the room. The scribe continues writing, unaware of his silent visitor. The bird tilts its head, then flies away, its wings producing only the faintest whisper of sound. The room returns to silence. The scent here is different from the workshops you have already visited. There is no fresh timber, no warm bread, no glowing charcoal. Instead, the air carries the delicate fragrance of dried papyrus, natural ink, and beeswax from a nearby lamp, extinguished only a short while ago. It is a quiet fragrance, the sort that belongs only to places where people think carefully and work patiently. The elderly scribe finally sets down his pen. He flexes his fingers gently, not but because even steady hands appreciate a moment of rest. He gazes toward the courtyard, where a small fig tree grows peacefully in the morning light. Several leaves flutter softly in the breeze. Sunlight dances across their smooth surfaces. For a little while, he simply watches them. No writing, no reading, only stillness. Perhaps he understands something we often forget, that even meaningful work needs moments of quiet, moments when the mind, like the body, can simply breathe. A tiny smile crosses his face. Then, with calm satisfaction, he returns to the scroll. Another line, another careful word, another quiet page, added to the long story of ordinary Roman life. You remain there for one last peaceful moment, listening to the gentle scratching of the reed pen, the distant murmur of the waking city, and the breeze moving softly through the fig leaves. It is difficult to imagine a calmer place, and as you quietly step back into the sunlit street, you carry with you the comforting thought that history was not preserved only by great rulers, but also by patient hands working in peaceful rooms, one careful line at a time. The quiet scratching of the scribe's reed pen slowly fades behind you, becoming just another peaceful sound, carried away by the warm Roman breeze. The city feels brighter now. The morning has settled comfortably over Rome. Sunlight rests upon rooftops, and quiet streets, as though it has nowhere else it would rather be. You continue your gentle walk. There is still no destination demanding your arrival. Only another peaceful corner of the city, waiting to be discovered. The street widens gradually. Stone buildings stand a little farther apart here. Between them, small patches of sky appear more often. Their brilliant blue seems almost endless. A light breeze wanders through the avenue, cooling the warmth of the growing day. It carries with it the scent of rosemary, fresh bread, sun-warmed stone, and somewhere in the distance, the unmistakable fragrance of clean water. You hear it long before you see it. The quiet sound of flowing water, steady, gentle, endless. For a few moments, it is nearby. A young mother kneels beside her small son. She helps him fill a tiny clay cup. The boy watches with fascination as the water catches the sunlight. For him, it is almost magical. He laughs softly, watching tiny circles spread across the surface, each ripple chasing the next, until they gently disappear against the stone. You remain beside the fountain for a little while. There is no reason to leave just yet. The sound of flowing water has always had a remarkable way of slowing the mind. Perhaps it is because rivers have accompanied humanity since the very beginning, or perhaps it is simply because water never seems to hurry. It finds its own path, patiently, steadily, without complaint, just as it has done for countless ages. The Romans understood the value of water deeply. Long before sunrise each day, their remarkable aqueducts quietly carried fresh mountain water across valleys, over graceful arches, and into the heart of the city. Most people probably gave them little thought. The water simply arrived, reliable, cool, always waiting. Like so many of life's greatest comforts, it became ordinary, and perhaps that is often the fate of wonderful things. The more dependable they become, the less we notice them. You continue onward. The streets ahead become broader still. The buildings appear larger. Their marble columns shine softly beneath the morning sun. Yet nothing feels overwhelming. Even the grand architecture seems peaceful. Its clean lines, gentle symmetry, and quiet courtyards invite calm rather than excitement. You notice a broad stone pathway lined with young cypress trees. Their slender branches sway gently. Tiny birds move from tree to tree, singing cheerful songs that drift lightly through the warm air. Their melodies rise above the distant sounds of the city, never loud, always pleasant. As you walk beneath the trees, the shade feels wonderfully cool. The ground beneath your feet changes. The rough paving stones give way to smooth marble slabs, worn silky by generations of quiet footsteps. Thousands upon thousands of Romans have walked this very path. Merchants, teachers, children, soldiers returning from peaceful duties, grandparents enjoying the warmth of the morning. No single journey remarkable, yet together they form the quiet heartbeat of the city. At the first glimpse appears tall marble walls, bright beneath the morning sky, broad archways, standing open, gentle wisps of steam, rising lazily into the sunlight. The public baths, one of the most beloved places in ancient Rome. Many people today imagine Roman baths as crowded, filled with conversation, and later in the day, that could certainly be true. But now, in these early morning hours, everything feels wonderfully calm. The first visitors have only just begun to arrive. Some walk alone. Others greet familiar friends with quiet smiles. Their voices remain low, respectful of the peaceful beginning to the day. The entrance courtyard is filled with warm light. Potted laurel trees stand neatly beside polished stone benches. Their glossy green leaves shimmer whenever the breeze passes. Nearby, a gardener quietly sweeps fallen leaves into a small woven basket. His broom moves in slow, steady strokes. Brush, cut, pause. Even this simple task seems to belong perfectly within the peaceful rhythm of the morning. You pause before the great entrance, not ready to step inside just yet. Instead, you simply admire the building. The pale marble glows softly beneath the golden sun. Bronze doors reflect tiny flashes of light. Above them, swallows circle effortlessly through the clear sky. The entire place feels welcoming, not because it is grand, but because it was built to offer comfort, warm water, cool water, clean air, conversation, rest. Simple pleasures, shared by ordinary people. You take one slow breath, then another. The sound of flowing fountains, the whisper of leaves, the distant songs of birds, all seem to blend together, creating one gentle melody, the kind of melody that asks nothing from you, except that you listen. So, with quiet curiosity and unhurried steps, you walk toward the open doorway, ready to discover another peaceful corner of ancient Rome. With slow, unhurried steps, you pass beneath the broad marble archway. The sounds of the city, already gentle, become softer still. It is as though the great stone walls have gathered the morning's quietness and carefully kept it safe inside. The air changes immediately. The breeze carried the scent of sun-warmed streets. Here, everything feels cool, fresh, and wonderfully calm. Your footsteps echo gently across the smooth marble floor. One step, then another. Each sound travels quietly through the spacious hall, before fading into silence. No sound lingers for long, simply arrives, greets the room, and slips peacefully away. High above, the ceiling rises toward graceful arches. Morning sunlight enters through tall windows placed near the roof. The beams fall softly through the still air, illuminating tiny droplets of steam. They drift lazily, almost weightless, turning slowly in the golden light. For a few moments, they resemble delicate clouds, floating through a quiet sky. The marble beneath your feet feels pleasantly cool. Its pale surface reflects the morning light, giving the entire room a gentle glow. Generations of visitors have walked these floors, children following their parents, old friends meeting after many seasons, travelers washing away the dust of long roads, merchants resting tired feet, every step quietly becoming part of the history of this place. Along one wall, rows of polished stone benches wait peacefully. Only a handful of visitors have arrived this early. An elderly man sits comfortably, his hands folded upon a simple walking stick. He gazes toward a nearby fountain, not speaking, not reading, simply enjoying the peaceful beginning of another ordinary day. Nearby, two longtime friends greet one another. Their smiles are warm. Their voices remain soft. They exchange only a few gentle words before walking together toward the inner courtyard. Some friendships need very little conversation. Their comfort comes simply from sharing the same quiet space. A young attendant moves slowly through the hall. He carries neatly folded linen towels over one shoulder. Each towel has been washed carefully, hung beneath the Mediterranean sun, and folded with quiet attention. He places them upon a wooden shelf, straightening the edges one final time. Satisfied, he continues his gentle morning routine. Nothing is hurried, nothing forgotten. The baths awaken, just like the city itself. One small task, one peaceful moment at a time. You continue deeper into the building. The gentle sound of moving water grows stronger, not loud, never overwhelming, only steady, comforting. You round a broad marble column and discover a quiet pool. Its surface is perfectly still. Only the smallest ripples move gently across the water, where fresh spring water enters through a carved bronze spout. The pool reflects the high ceiling above. Marble arches appear upside down, floating beneath the surface, until another tiny ripple quietly transforms them once more. A single leaf, carried by the morning breeze, drifts gently into the water, circles slowly, almost lazily, following the delicate currents, before finally resting near the edge of the pool. No one removes it immediately. It simply belongs to the morning. Nearby, a gardener waters several potted laurel trees that decorate the courtyard. The clay watering vessel pours in a slow silver stream, Dark soil drinks quietly. The glossy green leaves catch tiny droplets, slowly, effortlessly. Nearby, an elderly visitor dips both hands into the cool water. He lifts them slowly, allowing tiny streams to fall between his fingers. The droplets catch the sunlight. For one brief moment, each becomes a tiny point of light. Then they disappear into the quiet pool once again. He smiles, not because anything extraordinary has happened, but because cool water, on a warm morning, has always been one of life's simplest pleasures. The silence here is never empty. It is filled with flowing water, soft footsteps, distant birds singing through the open courtyard, the whisper of linen, and quiet human kindness. No voice rises above another. No sound asks to be noticed. Everything belongs together, like gentle notes within a peaceful melody. You pause beside one final fountain. Its clear water has traveled many miles, crossed aqueducts, stone channels, and graceful arches, only to arrive here, where it offers comfort to anyone who comes. It does not choose who may drink, does not hurry, simply flows, hour after hour, season after season, year after year. Perhaps that is why the Romans admired water so deeply. Teaches patience, consistency, quiet generosity. You rest your hand lightly upon the cool marble edge of the basin. Close your eyes, if only for a moment. Listen. The water continues. The breeze continues. The birds continue. The city beyond these walls continues. Light, without hurry. History, without noise. Morning, exactly as it should be. And for a little while longer, there is nowhere else you would rather be. You remain beside the quiet pool for a little while longer. There is no schedule waiting for you, no appointment to keep, no destination that cannot wait. Only the peaceful company of warm stone, flowing water, and the slow passage of another Roman morning. A gentle breeze wanders through the open courtyard. It slips silently beneath the marble arches, touching the surface of the water, where countless tiny ripples spread outward. Each ripple catches the sunlight, breaking it into delicate ribbons of silver. For a brief moment, the entire pool seems alive with light. Then, as gently as it began, the surface grows still once more. Nearby, a marble column rises toward the vaulted ceiling. Its smooth surface has been polished by centuries of careful hands. Here and there, tiny marks remain, almost invisible, perhaps left by the mason who shaped it. perhaps by time itself. No one could say for certain, and somehow the mystery feels comforting. Not every question needs an answer. Some things become more beautiful simply because they have quietly endured. The baths are designed with remarkable care. Every hallway seems to welcome fresh air. Every courtyard gathers sunlight. Every pool reflects the sky above. The architects who imagined these spaces understood something simple, that comfort often begins with light, water, and room to breathe. You slowly enter another chamber. Feels warmer here. The floor beneath your sandals carries a pleasant heat. Not enough to surprise you, only enough to remind you that beneath these marble slabs, a hidden network quietly performs its work. Far below, Roman engineers built the hypocaust, an ingenious system of empty spaces beneath the floor. Warm air from carefully tended furnaces travels silently through these hidden passages, gently heating the rooms above. There are no roaring machines, no humming motors, only warmth, moving patiently, exactly where it is needed. Most visitors never think about it. They simply enjoy the comfort. Perhaps that is true of many wonderful things. The greatest, without saying a word, the flowing channel reminds every visitor that life itself continues best when it is allowed to move naturally. A small child enters the courtyard holding his father's hand. He cannot resist stopping beside the narrow channel. He watches a tiny olive leaf floating upon the current. For him, it becomes a little adventure. He follows it carefully, walking beside the water. The leaf disappears beneath a small stone bridge. The child waits. One heartbeat, then then another. Finally, the leaf emerges once again. His face brightens with quiet delight. His father smiles, not because anything extraordinary has happened, but because ordinary mornings often contain the happiest moments. You continue walking beneath a long covered walkway. The marble beneath your feet changes slightly. Here, small mosaics cover the floor from wall to wall. Thousands of tiny stones, no larger than the tip of a finger, have been arranged into gentle patterns of dolphins, seabirds, and curling waves. The colors remain surprisingly vivid: deep blue, soft ivory, terracotta red, muted green. Every piece has found its place. Every stone belongs. You wonder about the artisan who created this floor. Perhaps he began before sunrise. Perhaps he worked for months, patiently placing one tiny stone after another, never seeing the finished picture, until the final piece rested in its proper place. There is a quiet lesson hidden there. Great works are rarely completed all at once. They grow, one careful moment at a time. As you reach the far end of the gallery, you discover an open terrace overlooking a peaceful garden. Low hedges divide narrow walking paths. Rosemary grows beside lavender. Small fig trees cast gentle shadows upon the earth. Several white butterflies drift lazily between the flowers. A gardener kneels quietly among the herbs. He removes a single dry leaf, brushes a little soil back into place, then moves on to the next plant. His work is almost invisible, yet because of his care, everything here feels alive. The fragrance of lavender mingles with warm stone, fresh water, and the distant scent of olive trees carried upon the breeze. The entire garden seems to breathe slowly, as though the morning itself has settled here to rest. You find a simple marble bench beneath a cypress tree. Shade is cool, comfortable. You sit for a moment, not because you are tired, but because this place invites stillness. Above you, the branches sway gently. Their soft whisper blends with the fountains, the birds, and the distant footsteps echoing through the baths. Nothing competes. Nothing interrupts. Every sound arrives gently, then quietly makes room for the next. You take one slow breath, then another. The warm air carries the fragrance of herbs. The stone beneath you holds the gentle warmth of the rising sun. Somewhere nearby, water continues its endless journey, steady, patient, peaceful, and for a little while, the world seems wonderfully simple. Eventually, you rise from the cool marble bench, not because the garden has become any less peaceful, but because another quiet path waits to be explored. You offer one final glance toward the gentle fountains. Their clear water continues to dance beneath the morning sun, exactly as it did before your arrival, and exactly as it will continue long after you have gone. There is something deeply reassuring about that. The world does not depend upon our constant attention. Some beautiful places simply continue being beautiful, whether anyone is watching or not. With slow, comfortable steps, you leave the baths behind. The broad marble entrance grows smaller with every passing moment. Soon, the echoes of flowing water fade, replaced once again by the softer sounds of the city. A baker closes the lid of his stone oven. A pair of pigeons flutter across a rooftop. Somewhere nearby, a wooden cart rolls gently over the ancient paving stones. Its wheels produce a slow, rhythmic creak, not unpleasant, just another familiar sound. belonging to another ordinary day. The streets gradually become quieter. The taller buildings begin to give way to smaller homes, each with its own tiny courtyard. Clay pots filled with herbs rest beside simple doorways. Rosemary, mint, thyme, a little sage. Their leaves shimmer softly whenever the breeze wanders through. Several neighbors exchange warm smiles as they pass one another. No lengthy conversations, just small greetings, shared between people who have crossed paths almost every day for many years. You notice a woman carefully hanging freshly washed linen upon a stretched rope. The white fabric catches the sunlight, becoming almost bright enough to glow. As the breeze gently lifts one corner, the cloth moves like the sail of a peaceful ship. Nearby, a little girl reaches upward, trying to catch its dancing shadow upon the ground. She laughs quietly. Her mother smiles. Neither seems concerned about the passing hours. Some mornings need no greater purpose than simply unfolding exactly as they choose. You continue walking. Before long, the great stone walls of Rome appear ahead. They rise quietly against the blue sky. Strong, steady, comforting. The great gates stand open. Travelers enter. Others leave. No crowd gathers here this morning. Only a slow procession of ordinary people. A shepherd guides several sheep toward nearby pasture. A merchant leads a patient donkey carrying woven baskets. An old gardener pushes a small wooden cart filled with young olive trees waiting to be planted. Each traveler moves at a gentle pace. The guards beside the gate seem relaxed. One leans lightly upon his spear, watching the peaceful road disappear into the countryside. Another offers a polite nod to familiar faces passing through. Even here, where stone walls once promised protection, the atmosphere feels welcoming. Beyond the gate, everything changes, almost without you noticing. In its place, birdsong grows clearer. The breeze carries different fragrances now. Fresh grass, wildflowers, warm earth, olive trees. The road stretches gently through rolling fields. Surface is pale, covered with fine dust, soft enough that each footstep leaves only the faintest trace before the wind quietly smooths it away again. On either side of the road, tall cypress trees stand like silent guardians. Their dark green branches sway almost imperceptibly. The sound of the city slowly drifts behind. In its place, birdsong grows clearer. The breeze carries different fragrances now. Fresh grass, wildflowers, warm earth, olive trees. The road stretches gently through rolling fields. Surface is pale, covered with fine dust, soft enough that each footstep leaves only the faintest trace, before the wind quietly smooths it away again. On either side of the road, tall cypress trees stand like silent guardians. Their dark green branches sway almost imperceptibly. Shadows fall across the path, creating cool patches beneath the growing warmth of the day. You slow your pace even further. There is no reason to hurry through such peaceful scenery. A pair of butterflies drift lazily from flower to flower. Tiny bees hum gently among clusters of lavender. Somewhere in the distance, a flock of sheep grazes quietly upon a hillside. The shepherd sits beneath a broad fig tree. His wooden staff rests across his knees. He watches his flock, not with worry, but with quiet familiarity. The sheep know the field. The shepherd knows the sheep. Neither asks very much from the other. This simple understanding has been built over many peaceful seasons. An old stone milestone stands beside the road. Its carved letters have softened with age. Rain, wind, and countless summers have gently worn its surface. Travelers have passed this marker for generations. Some walked to nearby farms. Others journeyed toward distant provinces. Some carried baskets. Some carried dreams. Some carried nothing more than the hope of reaching home before sunset. The stone remembers none of their names, yet somehow it has quietly accompanied every one of them. The road bends gently around a grove of ancient olive trees. Their trunks twist gracefully, shaped by decades, perhaps even centuries, of slow growth. Silver green leaves shimmer beneath the sunlight. The breeze passes through them, creating the softest whisper, almost like distant waves upon a quiet shore. You pause beneath one of the oldest trees. Its shade feels wonderfully cool. The bark beneath your fingertips is rough, deeply textured. Each groove tells a story of passing years. This tree was already standing here, long before today's children were born, long before today's craftsmen learned their trade, perhaps even before the house you are about to visit was first imagined. Olive trees teach patience. They grow slowly. They ask for care. Yet once mature, they continue giving generously, season after season. Fruit, oil, shade, shelter for birds, quiet beauty. They hurry for no one. And because of that, they seem perfectly at peace. Beyond the grove, a modest Roman villa slowly comes into view. Its pale walls glow warmly beneath the midday sun. Red clay roof tiles catch the light. Thin curls of smoke rise lazily from a small kitchen chimney. Somewhere inside, the preparations for the midday meal have already begun. The gentle aroma of fresh bread. By the time you reach the small villa, the morning has gently given way to midday. The sun now hangs high above the rolling hills of the Roman countryside, its light bright and warm, yet softened by the graceful shade of olive trees and tall cypress standing around the house. The villa itself is neither grand nor extravagant. It belongs to a family of comfortable means, people who value simple beauty over unnecessary luxury. Its walls are covered in pale cream-colored plaster. The red clay roof has faded beneath many summers. Small vines climb one corner of the courtyard wall, their green leaves dancing gently whenever the breeze wanders through. You step through a modest wooden gate. It opens with a quiet creak, a familiar sound that has greeted family and friends for many years. Inside, the courtyard feels wonderfully peaceful. At its center stands a small stone fountain. Clear water rises gently from a carved basin, falling back again in a soft, endless rhythm. Around the fountain, terracotta pots overflow with rosemary, lavender, thyme, and fragrant basil. The herbs release their delicate scent beneath the warm afternoon sun. Several bees drift lazily from flower to flower. Their gentle humming blends perfectly with the sound of flowing water. Nothing competes for attention. Every sound belongs. A striped cat sleeps comfortably beside the fountain. One ear twitches from time to time, but it has no intention of waking. It has discovered the coolest patch of stone in the entire courtyard, and it seems perfectly content to remain there until evening. From the nearby kitchen, the comforting aroma of fresh bread slowly fills the air, mixed with warm olive oil, crushed garlic, and herbs gathered only moments ago from the garden. The meal being prepared is simple, just as most Roman meals were. A round loaf of rustic bread rests upon a wooden board. Its golden crust crackles softly as it cools. Beside it sits a shallow bowl filled with green and black olives. Some have been seasoned with rosemary, others with fennel seeds and a touch of sea salt. A clay dish holds fresh goat's cheese, soft, trim, and lightly sprinkled with fragrant thyme. Nearby, a young woman slices ripe figs into small pieces. Their deep crimson centers shine like tiny jewels beneath the afternoon light. Another basket holds grapes still cool from the shade of the vineyard. Nothing on the table has traveled very far. Most of it was grown nearby, made nearby, or gathered by familiar hands. In ancient Rome, meals often reflected the changing seasons. People ate what the land quietly offered. There was comfort in this rhythm. No one expected strawberries in winter, or fresh olives before harvest. The seasons decided the menu, and the people accepted their gifts with gratitude. An elderly grandmother carries a small clay pitcher to the table. Inside, fresh water from the household cistern remains pleasantly cool. Tiny droplets gather upon the outside of the pitcher, sliding slowly toward the table. She pours water into simple clay cups, one for each family member in a glass. No silver goblets, only practical vessels shaped by the village potter, each cup slightly different, each carrying the quiet marks of the hands that made it. Soon, the family gathers beneath a shaded pergola woven with grapevines. Sunlight filters gently through the leaves above, creating soft patterns that move slowly across the wooden table. The youngest child reaches upward, trying to catch one of the dancing patches of light. His older sister smiles quietly. She remembers doing exactly the same thing many summers before. The father tears the first loaf of bread, not with a knife, but gently, with both hands. He passes pieces around the table. No one rushes to eat. There is no sense of urgency. Conversation begins slowly. They speak about the olive trees, about the weather, about a neighbor whose donkey has finally recovered from a sore leg, about whether the figs will be sweeter this year than the last. These ordinary conversations, so easily forgotten by history, were perhaps the most important of all. Empires may rise and fall. Generals may march across distant lands. Yet life itself is most often remembered through simple afternoons shared with family. A gentle breeze carries the scent of lavender across the courtyard. The fountain continues its quiet song. Birds chirp softly from the fig tree near the garden wall. Somewhere beyond the villa, sheep bells ring faintly across the hillside. The sound arrives only occasionally, like a distant memory carried upon the wind. The meal lasts much longer than it might in our modern world. There is no clock urging anyone to finish, no appointments waiting beyond the gate, only another peaceful afternoon stretching gently ahead. When the bread has been shared, the olives enjoyed, and the last sweet figs have disappeared from the wooden bowl, the family remains seated. Some simply enjoy the shade. Others listen to the fountain. The grandmother closes her eyes for a few moments, feeling the warmth of the day and the cool breeze that wanders through the vines. The children speak more softly now. Even they seem touched by the calmness of the afternoon. Nearby, the sleeping cat finally opens one eye. stretches lazily, walks toward the sunlit edge of the courtyard, then settles once again, finding an even more comfortable place for another nap. Perhaps cats have always understood something humans often forget, that not every hour needs to be filled. That rest can be its own quiet achievement. You remain in the courtyard for a little while longer, listening to the fountain, watching sunlight drift slowly across the ancient stone, breathing the fragrance of herbs warmed by the afternoon sun. It is impossible to know exactly how many afternoons like this unfolded across ancient Rome. Thousands, perhaps millions. Most left no record behind, no monument, no inscription, only gentle memories shared among families before quietly becoming part of history itself. And somehow, knowing that ordinary people once sat together, sharing simple food, gentle conversation, and peaceful moments beneath the same blue sky, makes the ancient world feel a little closer, a little kinder, and wonderfully human. As the shadows begin to grow ever so slightly longer, you rise from the table. Beyond the villa, a narrow country path disappears into an olive grove. The afternoon still has many quiet stories to tell, and with slow, comfortable steps, you continue your peaceful journey through the timeless landscapes of ancient Rome. Leaving the quiet comfort of the villa behind, you step onto a narrow country path where the afternoon sun has softened into a warm golden glow. The path is lined with smooth stones, pressed gently into the earth by countless footsteps over many generations. Some belong to farmers returning home, some to children chasing butterflies, some to travelers who simply wish to enjoy the peaceful countryside. Today, the path belongs to you. A gentle breeze moves through the olive trees. Their slender silver-green leaves shimmer together, creating a soft whisper that rises and falls like distant waves upon a quiet shore. It is a sound that has filled these hills for centuries, perhaps even longer. The olive grove stretches in every direction. The trees stand with quiet dignity. Their trunks are thick, twisted, and beautifully uneven. No two trees are alike. Each has grown in its own patient way. Some lean slightly toward the sunlight. Others spread wide, offering generous patches of cool shade beneath their branches. An old farmer walks slowly between the rows. A woven basket hangs comfortably from his shoulder. He pauses beside one tree, resting his weathered hand against its rough bark. For a few silent moments, he simply looks upward, studying the branches, the leaves, the tiny green olives that will not be ready for many more weeks. He understands there is nothing to hurry. Nature follows its own quiet calendar. The trees cannot be persuaded to ripen faster. They ask only for sunlight, rain, and time. The farmer smiles gently, then continues his slow walk. Nearby, a pair of small birds flutter from one branch to another. They disappear into the thick leaves, only to emerge again moments later. Their cheerful songs drift through the grove, blending with the whispering breeze. Far above, a hawk circles lazily in the brilliant blue sky. Its wide wings hardly move at all. It simply rides the warm afternoon air. Patiently, gracefully, without effort, you continue deeper into the grove. The shade becomes cooler. The air feels fresher. Tiny wildflowers bloom between the roots of the ancient trees. White daisies, purple violets, golden buttercups. Their colors brighten the quiet earth beneath your feet. Several bees wander lazily among them, busy with their timeless work. The sweet fragrance of warm grass mixes with the earthy scent of olive wood. It is simple, natural, comforting. You come upon a small stone bench. Its edges have softened with age. Perhaps a farmer built it many decades ago, simply to rest during long afternoons beneath the trees. You sit for a while. The stone feels pleasantly cool despite the warmth of the day. From here, you notice how sunlight filters through the leaves above. Thousands of tiny patches of light dance gently across the ground. The patterns never remain the same. Each passing breeze quietly redraws them. There is something endlessly fascinating about watching light move through trees. It asks nothing of you, only that you slow down enough to notice. In the distance, the faint sound of sheep bells drifts across the hills. The flock itself remains hidden beyond the next rise. Only the gentle ringing reaches you. Slow, irregular, peaceful. The shepherd is in no hurry. Neither are the sheep. The afternoon seems to stretch endlessly before them. A little farther along the path, you discover a simple stone well. A wooden bucket hangs from a sturdy rope. Its handle has been polished smooth by years of use. An elderly woman approaches quietly. She lowers the bucket into the cool darkness below. For a moment, there is silence. Then, a soft splash. She smiles, slowly turning the wooden handle. She raises the bucket once more. Tiny drops of water sparkle in the sunlight as they fall back into the well. She fills a clay jug, places it carefully into her basket, and continues home beneath the shade of the olive trees. Such an ordinary task, repeated almost every day of her life. Yet without it, the household could not prepare meals. water the garden, or simply enjoy a cool drink on a warm afternoon. History often remembers great victories, but ordinary life was sustained by ordinary routines, and perhaps those routines were the true foundation of civilization. You remain beside the old well for another quiet moment. A dragonfly lands briefly upon its weathered stone edge. Its transparent wings shimmer with shades of blue and green. Almost immediately, it lifts once again, disappearing into the warm afternoon air. As the sun begins its slow journey toward the western hills, the light changes. The silver leaves of the olive trees become softly golden. Long shadows stretch peacefully across the earth. The breeze grows cooler. Somewhere nearby, a church bell does not ring. A clock does not chime. The people of this world measure time differently. By the position of the sun, by the length of shadows, by the songs of birds, by the changing colors of the sky. Life feels slower here, not because there is less to do, but because there is less reason to hurry. You take one final look through the grove. The ancient trees stand quietly together, just as they have for generations, patient witnesses to countless ordinary afternoons, children growing into adults, families gathering olives, neighbors sharing stories beneath the shade. Travelers resting before continuing their journeys. The trees remember none of their names, yet somehow they have sheltered every one of them. You rise from the stone bench, brush a little dust from your sandals, and continue along the winding country path. Beyond the gentle hills, the golden afternoon slowly begins to prepare for evening. The air grows cooler, the light softer, and somewhere in the distance, the first quiet preparations for sunset have already begun. The afternoon slowly begins to soften, almost without anyone noticing. The bright light of midday gently melts into warm shades of amber and gold. You leave the peaceful olive grove behind, following the familiar country road back toward the city. The air feels different now, lighter, carrying the comforting scent of dry grass, wild herbs, and distant wood smoke. The journey home has begun, not only for you, but for the entire countryside. A farmer closes the small wooden gate surrounding his vegetable garden. He pauses for a moment, looking over the neat rows of beans, cabbages, and onions. The work of the day is finished. Tomorrow, the garden will still be waiting. There is no need to worry. Nature has always understood the value of patience. Farther along the road, a shepherd gently guides his flock toward a stone enclosure. The sheep move without haste, Tiny bells hanging from a few of their collars ring softly, creating a peaceful melody that drifts across the fields. The shepherd's faithful dog walks quietly beside them. There are no loud commands, no whistles, only quiet understanding built over many seasons together. Above the rolling hills, the sky begins its slow transformation. The brilliant blue of the afternoon softens, making room for pale gold, gentle peach, and delicate shades of rose near the horizon. A few thin clouds catch the sunlight, their edges glowing like brushed copper. The breeze stirs the tops of the cypress trees. Their dark silhouettes sway gently against the brightening sky. Birds begin their evening flights. Small swallows dart gracefully overhead, returning to the nests hidden beneath tiled rooftops. A pair of doves settle upon an old stone wall. They sit quietly beside one another, watching the countryside become quieter with every passing moment. You continue toward Rome. Soon, the great city walls appear once again, but now they seem warmer than before. The low afternoon sun paints every stone with rich golden light. The towers cast long shadows across the road. Travelers continue to pass through the open gates. A merchant leads an empty cart back into the city, its baskets now lighter than they were this morning. A potter carefully balances several newly fired bowls wrapped in straw. A young apprentice carries a bundle of smooth wooden boards beneath one arm. Each person walks at an easy pace. The busiest hours have passed. The day no longer feels demanding. Inside the city, the streets have changed. The market that bustled gently during the morning has grown quieter. Several merchants carefully gather their remaining goods. Bundles of herbs are tied neatly together. Unsold figs return to woven baskets. Clay jars are covered once more with fitted lids. A baker sweeps the last crumbs from the stone floor of his shop. The rich aroma of warm bread still lingers in the air. He places tomorrow's flour into large clay containers. His work is finished. His evening can begin. Children laugh quietly as they chase one another across a small courtyard. Their shadows stretch long across the ancient paving stones. Parents watch from nearby doorways, smiling as the final warmth of the day settles over the neighborhood. An elderly woman waters flowers growing in terracotta pots beneath her window. She pours carefully, allowing the thirsty soil to drink slowly. Tiny drops cling to the leaves, reflecting the golden light like little jewels. Somewhere nearby, a musician sits outside his home. He holds a small wooden lyre upon his lap, without any audience, without any performance. He quietly plays a slow melody for himself. The notes drift gently through the narrow street, soft, peaceful, almost blending into the evening breeze. Few people stop to listen. The music simply becomes another beautiful part of the city. As you wander farther, you notice how differently Rome feels during the golden hour. The noise of daily work has faded. Conversations have become softer, footsteps slower. Even the birds seem to sing more gently. The marble buildings glow with warm honey-colored light. Bronze statues reflect the setting sun. Windows shimmer briefly before settling into quiet shadow. You pass once more beside the public fountain. The water still flows with its familiar rhythm. A little girl carefully floats a single olive leaf upon the surface. She watches it drift slowly across the basin. Her father stands nearby, saying nothing. Some moments are too peaceful to interrupt. A cat curls itself upon a warm stone step, still holding the last heat of the afternoon sun. Its eyes remain half closed, completely at ease. A gentle breeze carries the scent of evening meals now beginning across the city. Olive oil warming in clay pots, fresh herbs being chopped, bread breaking apart by hand, vegetables slowly cooking over glowing coals. Thin ribbons of smoke rise from rooftops, joining the quiet sky above Rome. As the sun sinks lower, the shadows grow longer. The rooftops become silhouettes against the glowing western horizon. For just a few precious moments, the entire city seems painted in gold. It is impossible to tell where one building ends and the next begins. Everything belongs to the same warm light. Perhaps this is why so many people throughout history have paused to watch the setting sun. It reminds us, without speaking, that every busy day eventually becomes peaceful. Every morning becomes afternoon. Every afternoon becomes evening. And every evening gently prepares the world for rest. You stop at the top of a gentle hill overlooking the city. Below, ancient Rome stretches peacefully toward the horizon. Garden, footer, temple roofs, and winding streets, all glowing beneath the final light of day. The breeze brushes softly against your face. Somewhere far below, a fountain continues to sing. Birds settle into their nests. Families return home. Workshop doors close. The city exhales, and for one quiet moment, feels as though the whole of Rome is taking a slow, peaceful breath. You remain there, watching the golden light slowly fade, knowing that night, with all its calmness, is quietly on its way. The last golden rays of the sun slowly slip beyond the distant hills. For a few quiet moments, the sky holds on to their warmth, Soft shades of amber become rose. Rose gently fades into lavender. And at last, a deep, peaceful blue begins to settle over the city. Ancient Rome changes its rhythm once again. Not suddenly, not all at once, but one home, one street, one tiny flame, at a time. As daylight grows softer, wooden shutters begin to close across the neighborhood. A shopkeeper places a simple wooden bar across the door of his bakery. Tomorrow before sunrise, he will return to knead fresh dough once again. For now, his work is finished. Across the street, a potter carries the final bowls of the day inside his workshop. He brushes a little clay dust from his hands, looks around his quiet room one last time, then gently closes the door. The wheel that turned so patiently this morning will rest until another sunrise. The streets are still alive, but now people walk more slowly. Conversations become quieter. Laughter grows softer. The entire city seems to understand that evening has arrived. From open windows, a warm glow begins to appear. One by one, small oil lamps are lit. Their flames are no larger than a single leaf, yet together, they slowly transform the city. Tiny points of golden light appear along narrow streets, like stars that have chosen to rest upon the earth. Inside one modest home, a mother carefully fills a clay lamp with fresh olive oil. She places a small linen wick inside. Then, with the touch of a glowing ember, a gentle flame comes to life. It flickers for only a moment, before becoming steady and calm. She places the lamp upon a wooden shelf. Its warm light spreads softly across the room. The shadows retreat quietly into the corners. Nothing is brightly illuminated. Everything remains gentle. The polished table, the woven baskets, the folded blankets, the clay cups waiting for tomorrow morning. The little flame touches them all equally. Nearby, a grandfather sits upon a simple stool. His hands are folded comfortably in his lap. He watches the fire burning inside the household hearth. The flames rise slowly around carefully stacked pieces of olive wood. They do not roar. They simply glow. Occasionally, a tiny spark rises into the air, only to disappear a heartbeat later. The warmth reaches every corner of the room. The evening air grows cooler. Families gather indoors. A father returns home carrying a small bundle of fresh herbs. His children greet him with quiet smiles. One proudly shows him a smooth stone discovered beside the road earlier that day. He examines it carefully, as though it were a great treasure, then places it gently upon a shelf. some gifts are valuable, not because of what they are, but because of the happiness with which they are given. From another house, the gentle aroma of lentil stew drifts into the street. Nearby, someone prepares onions with olive oil. Farther away, fresh bread is warmed beside glowing coals. The entire neighborhood is filled with comforting scents. Simple meals, prepared with care, shared without hurry. In one courtyard, neighbors sit together beneath the evening sky. No one speaks very loudly. One woman quietly mends a wool cloak. An old man carefully carves a small wooden spoon. Another simply watches the first stars appear overhead. No one feels the need to fill every silence. The silence itself has become part of their companionship. Above the rooftops, the first evening star shines brightly. Soon, others begin to appear, one after another. The same stars that watched over Rome will one day watch over generations yet to come. They belong to no emperor, no kingdom, only to the quiet night itself. A cool breeze wanders through the narrow streets. It carries the scent of fireplaces, fresh herbs, and the faint perfume of jasmine blooming beside a courtyard wall. The flowers cannot be seen in the darkness, but their fragrance quietly announces their presence. Somewhere nearby, a fountain continues its endless song. Its water has not stopped flowing all day, nor will it stop tonight. The city sleeps. The fountain continues, just as it has for countless years. A small orange cat walks carefully along the top of a low stone wall. Its paws make no sound. It pauses beneath an oil lamp, blinking slowly into the warm light, then disappears once again into the peaceful shadows. The streets become quieter with every passing minute. The footsteps of late travelers grow fewer. Wooden doors close gently. A final shop window darkens. The day slowly folds itself away. Inside the homes of Rome, families gather close to the warmth of the hearth. Stories are quietly shared. Tomorrow's plans are spoken softly. Children begin to rub tired eyes. The youngest slowly leans against his mother's shoulder. Sleep approaches naturally, without hurry, without resistance. The fire burns lower. Its glowing embers shine like tiny rubies beneath a blanket of soft gray ash. Their gentle warmth fills the room. The moon rises above the tiled rooftops. Its pale silver light settles across temples, garden, further, and quiet streets. Ancient Rome now belongs to the night, not the bustling Rome of markets and workshops, but a gentler Rome, a quieter Rome, a Rome illuminated by moonlight, firelight, and thousands of tiny oil lamps glowing peacefully behind wooden doors. You take one slow walk through the silent street. The marble beneath your feet still holds a little warmth from the day. The cool evening breeze brushes gently past. Above you, the stars grow brighter. Below, the city rests. There is no need to hurry anywhere. No task waiting. No noise demanding attention. Only the quiet comfort of an ordinary evening in one of history's greatest cities. The evening grows quieter with every passing moment. The last conversations fade behind closed wooden doors. The final footsteps echo softly along the marble streets before disappearing into the peaceful night. Ancient Rome, so full of gentle activity only hours ago, now begins its long and restful sleep. You continue your unhurried walk. There is no destination waiting, no appointment to keep, only the quiet privilege of seeing one of history's greatest cities at its most peaceful. The moon has climbed higher into the sky. Its soft silver light settles across rooftops, temple columns, garden walls, and quiet courtyards. The marble that glowed golden during sunset now shines with a cool, gentle brightness. The city seems transformed. Familiar streets feel almost dreamlike. The fountains never stopped. Their water still flows with the same calm rhythm as it did before sunrise. Drop by drop, stream by stream, the sound fills the silent air. It has become the heartbeat of the sleeping city. You pause beside the fountain you visited earlier. The little stone lion continues to pour fresh water into the basin. Moonlight dances across the gentle ripples. For a moment, the reflections of the stars seem to float upon the surface. A cool breeze passes through the square. The branches of a nearby olive tree sway softly as leaves whisper together, like old friends sharing quiet secrets. A single owl calls somewhere beyond the rooftops. The sound is gentle, lonely perhaps, but never frightening. Then silence returns. Far above, the stars shine with remarkable clarity. Without the bright lights of the modern world, the night sky appears endless. Thousands upon thousands of tiny lights stretch across the heavens. Roman children once looked upon these same stars. Roman grandparents ended their evenings beneath this same sky. Travelers, farmers, craftsmen, teachers, baker, potter, soldiers, all pause from time to time to wonder at the quiet beauty above them. Some made wishes. Some searched for familiar constellations. Some simply admired the peaceful stillness of the night. You continue walking through the sleeping streets. The marketplace is empty now. The stalls stand quietly beneath the moonlight. Wooden tables, covered baskets, folded awnings. Everything waits patiently for another sunrise. Tomorrow, fresh bread will return. Merchants will smile. Children will laugh. Craftsmen will open their workshops. The city will awaken once again. But tonight, everything rests. You pass the blacksmith's workshop. The forge that glowed warmly this morning has become completely still. The hammer rests upon the workbench. A faint scent of charcoal lingers in the cool air. Nearby, the potter's wheel stands motionless. Freshly fired bowls rest safely upon wooden shelves. The loom inside the weaver's home is silent. The sandal maker's needle has been set aside. The scribe's reed pen rests beside its small clay pot of ink. Every pair of hands that worked so carefully throughout the day now enjoys the reward of quiet rest. It is comforting to imagine the baker asleep after kneading countless loaves. The gardener dreaming beneath open windows. The shepherd resting while his flock sleeps peacefully beneath the stars. The grandmother who shared bread with her family, now wrapped warmly beneath a wool blanket. The little child who floated an olive leaf across the fountain, dreaming perhaps of another sunny morning. History often remembers Rome for its emperors, its triumphs, its monuments, and its mighty legions. Yet tonight, those great stories feel wonderfully distant. Instead, you remember simpler things. The smell of fresh bread, the whisper of olive trees, the sound of sandals upon warm stone, the gentle splash of fountains, the careful hands of patient craftsmen, the laughter of children, the quiet companionship of neighbors. Perhaps these ordinary moments were the true soul of ancient Rome, not the grand ceremonies, not the victories, but the peaceful rhythm of everyday life, the same rhythm shared by countless generations across every corner of the world. You arrive at a small hill overlooking the city. Earlier today, you stood here as the sun painted Rome with gold. Now, the rooftops shimmer beneath silver moonlight. Thousands of tiny oil lamps have gone dark. Only a handful still glow softly through distant windows. The city breathes slowly, comfortably, at peace. You find a smooth stone and sit quietly. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to see, only the simple joy of being present. The breeze feels cooler now. It carries the scent of cypress, olive wood, and the faint fragrance of jasmine blooming somewhere nearby. The night seems to breathe with you, slowly, calmly, without effort. Far away, a dog barks only once, then quiet returns. The fountain continues. The breeze continues. The stars continue. The moon continues its silent journey across the heavens. Everything moves gently. Everything belongs exactly where it should. You think about the thousands of ordinary people whose lives quietly unfolded here. Most left no statues, no books, no famous speeches, only footprints that have long since disappeared. Meals shared with family, tools crafted with care, gardens tended patiently, neighbors greeted kindly, children tucked into bed. Simple days, very much like this one, and perhaps that is why history feels comforting, because beneath every empire, every monument, and every famous name, there were always ordinary people, living ordinary lives, finding happiness in familiar places, and ending each day beneath the same peaceful sky. The moon climbs a little higher. The streets grow quieter still. Even the breeze seems to slow. The city has completely surrendered itself to the gentle embrace of night. As you take one final look across ancient Rome, you silently thank the city for allowing you to wander its peaceful streets, to meet its patient craftsmen, to rest beside its fountains, to walk beneath its olive trees, to share its simple meals, and to witness not the loud history written in marble, but the quiet history lived by ordinary hearts. The stars continue to shine above. The fountains continue to flow below. And somewhere, beyond the rooftops, the first hint of tomorrow quietly waits. But that is a story for another peaceful night. For now, the city sleeps, the world grows still, and your journey through ancient Rome comes gently, calmly, to its end. Good night, ancient Rome, and good night to you.